There are 5 hours left until entry into the atmosphere. Ivan Vorobyov spoke with a slight accent. Despite intensive English courses and almost half a year spent in space with an American and a Briton, the Russian cosmonaut did not try to develop a clear pronunciation. It was enough that all members of the crew understood each other. Ivan looked at the large monitor where the image from the cameras located on the bow of the ship was transmitted. This screen was a window into space, the windshield of their vessel. Cameras and sensors placed around the perimeter of the ship transmitted information to the central processor, which displayed it on a monitor. The navigator could see every piece of space around the ship. The sensors saw even further and calculated in advance the possible threat of a collision with a meteorite, and the processor gave the autopilot a command to maneuver in a split second. In addition, the sensors transmitted data on the level of solar radiation. If a flare occurred, a protective force field was turned on at full power around the ship, and when the radiation decreased, the field was weakened to save energy. The ship was developed by the best Russian, European, American, and Asian scientists. Modules, parts, and individual units were assembled all over the world and brought to a specially built center near Vladivostok. From there, the ship was delivered to the Vostochny Cosmodrome. The creators named their brainchild Everest, in honor of the highest point on the planet and the greatest engineering achievement of mankind. As they said, Rich, an Englishman and the second member of the crew, joked that even the most seasoned techies are not without romanticism. The launch of the ship took place in 2031. This was the time of another confrontation between Earth and Mars, when the planets approached each other at a minimum distance, about 55 million kilometers. This phenomenon occurred every 18 years. In recent decades, the world economy was stable, and the governments of the leading powers, through joint efforts, finally decided to organize the first Martian expedition. The third member of the crew was a representative of Japan, and a young doctor, Ishiro Takeo. 3 years ago, he joined the Mars team. 20 people from the USA, the European Union, Russia, China, and Japan were preparing for the longest journey in the history of mankind. But only 4 went to Mars. There were disputes among the representatives of the countries organizing the expedition, to make the crew all men, or to include a woman in the team. In the end, it was decided that in case of success, women would be in the repeat expedition related to the settlement of Mars. The 4th participant in the flight was American Tom Smith. He was unanimously chosen as the captain of the ship. Now he decided to say a few words on the occasion of reaching the final point of their journey. American engineer-astronaut Tom Smith generally loved to give speeches in public. Starting from the 1st grade, he spoke at school events, graduations, weddings, funerals, and any special occasions. After returning to Earth, he seriously considered going into politics. Fortunately, by the age of 40, he already had enough connections with people useful in this matter. Tom outwardly resembled a typical American cowboy from the films of the end of the last century. A lean build, blue eyes, a direct, stern look, a strong-willed character of a leader. All this, coupled with professional qualities and experience, earned the respect of all crew members. Gentlemen, no matter what happens next, I am proud of our team. No one has ever done this before us, the captain said solemnly. And hardly anyone will do it anytime soon. If we crash on this planet, Cap, said Richard Cook, Jr., as the Englishman sometimes called himself, with the intonation of an old pirate. His mother was indeed a distant relative of the famous English navigator James Cook. Lively, beautiful, somewhat reckless Haley loved adventures and escapades no less than her legendary relative. As a child, she ran away from home, and during her student years, during the summer holidays, she went with her friends to relax in Jamaica, where she met Richard's future father, a young black athlete named Sam. And 9 months after returning from the Jamaican beaches at less than 20 years old, Haley became a mother. The boy grew up as a hooligan, and for some time, he even belonged to a gang of teenagers who are so feared by wealthy citizens when they end up in poor neighborhoods on the outskirts of London. But as he grew older, the boy realized that in the modern world, in addition to muscles, it is useful to have brains. In addition, this bully was a real adventurer at heart. Thus, having inherited his father's excellent health and his mother's adventurism, Richard dreamed of becoming a sailor since childhood. But in elementary school, he learned that all the islands and continents had already been discovered, and he realized that he wanted to go to space. After serving in the British Air Force and then receiving an engineering degree, Rich, as he was called in the team, began looking for a way to get into the European Space Agency. Fortune was slow to smile on the dark-skinned Englishman, but it was not for nothing that the blood of a captain flowed in his veins, who had enough courage and patience to make 3 round-the-world trips. As a result, the guy achieved his goal, managed to visit the ISS, and then was included in the Martian expedition. Rich looked at the main monitor and yawned. "It's as dark as my black ass. How tired I am of this landscape outside the window after 6 months."
"In the second 6 months, you'll get even more tired of him," the captain muttered.
"I hope this plane is a round trip," Rich continued to joke maliciously. "More positivity, my friends," the Japanese man joined the conversation. "We didn't fly 56 million kilometers for that. Doc, give this guy a little injection of sedative so he'll come to his senses for landing," Tom asked the Japanese. Ishiro smiled, stood up, and left the control room. Rich watched him go with a slightly surprised look. "Captain, what's wrong? Do you want me to sleep through the most interesting part? Vanya, at least support me." The Russian made an OK sign with his hand, making it clear that he would not let his new friend be harmed. When selecting candidates for the expedition, psychologists conducted dozens of tests for the psychological compatibility of the crew. They had doubts about Rich until the very end, but the management decided that he was an absolutely ideal candidate in terms of health and professional skills. Psychologists, however, advised the captain to keep an eye on Rich, as he could start to pull the blanket over himself, which would lead to a clash within the team. Meanwhile, Ishiro returned with a set of injections. Rich carefully examined the 3 capsules with the drug and grumbled.
"Isn't it too much for me alone?"
"This is for the 3 of you," Ishiro answered in a businesslike manner, inserting a capsule with the solution into the syringe clip, like a cartridge into a pistol.
"What kind of poison is this, Doc?"
Rich had never liked injections since childhood and looked at the vaccine with distrust. "The cocktail is just right," the Japanese man smiled. "It increases the body's resistance, endurance, makes the brain work better. In general, landing on Mars is not a walk in the park, so you need to charge your batteries." "Why so early? There's still half a day to Mars," Rich asked resignedly, watching Ishiro approaching inexorably with the syringe. "The body needs to get used to it for a few hours. At first your head may spin, but then you'll be like Superman. Okay, don't be capricious. Uncle will do everything quickly." "Is there any ointment or tablet form of this stuff?" The Englishman did not calm down, continuing to delay the injection. "I can try making it in the form of rectal suppositories. Do you agree?" suggested the doctor. Rich rolled up his sleeve and turned away. There was a click. The muscles on his dark arm twitched, and after 5 seconds the drug began to spread throughout the body. The Japanese gave injections to all 3 of them, except himself. The captain, scratching the injection site, turned to Ivan. "It's time to check the equipment." Before the flight, the entire crew was instructed on how to operate the latest devices for working in outer space. The developers called them marsobots. They were created specifically for this expedition. The mechanisms reached 2.5 meters in height and vaguely resembled a human figure. The robot repeated the movements of the pilot sitting inside it. In addition, the Marsbot was equipped with many sensors, cameras, and various equipment. 2 robotic spacesuits were intended for Rich and the captain. Ivan was supposed to control the Mars rover, a 4-wheeled vehicle the size of a small car. It was planned to take deep samples of the soil of the Red Planet with its help. Ivan, as the person responsible for the equipment, began the presentation.
Let's refresh what we learned earlier on Earth. All Marsbots are equipped with protection to prevent us from burning up from radiation, from mutating at the genetic level, and if possible, to avoid tumors the size of a football.
The engineers tried to protect us as best they could. The first line of defense is the surface of the bots themselves. This is the best they have come up with so far. But it will not protect us from all the radiation. The second feature is a special liquid that will fill the bot before exiting to the planet. It is several times denser than water and will protect our bones from softening. Inside the Marsbots, a constant temperature of 20 degrees Celsius and the pressure we are accustomed to are maintained. The head, as you already know, fits into this hydrohelmet. To avoid choking, an air mixture is supplied here. And finally, special suits. Ivan pressed the button and the door in the wall slid to the side. Here is our wardrobe. There were 12 suits hanging in rows in the compartment, as expected, with a solid supply for the entire expedition.
They called them snakeskin. After we return, we'll shed it and dispose of it, the Russian reminded.
Ishiro and the captain looked at the Marsbots with respect, and Rich was absolutely delighted with all this technology. In his opinion, it was worth flying to Mars, at least for the sake of walking in these wonder machines. Now, the mechanisms themselves, Ivan continued. Since gravity on Mars is weaker than on Earth, you will move in long jumps. Yes, Vanya, you won't be able to jump around much on this tractor. Rich, as always, blurted out another joke. Ivan smiled and continued. For safety reasons, before starting to move, we must shoot ourselves to the surface with a harpoon. The Russian pointed to the claw-like arms of the Marsbots, which contained a compartment with a protruding arrowhead-like structure. We lower our hands at an angle of 45 degrees to the surface, shoot into the ground. According to calculations, pneumatic guns should penetrate the soil by half a meter. The arrows are anchored by the teeth of the ground, so that it is not easy to pull them out. Each arrow has a reel with a cable. It is enough for 320 meters. When the reel runs out, we press the red buttons. The reels shoot off from the bot. An automatic reload occurs. We shoot into the ground again and jump further. This green button is for emergency braking. If you suddenly accelerate and fly into some cliff, press the button, the reel is locked, and you brake. In total, you have 10 reels in each hand. The length of the leash for walks is 1,600 meters in one direction. In practice, you can move without them, but the instructions are instructions. The crew looked at the Marsbots with admiration, a miracle of engineering. Thought that allowed the weak human body to be in the aggressive space environment. Thanks to a system of numerous electric amplifiers, the pilot could easily move the arms and legs of the robotic spacesuit. Although the Mars robot was made of the lightest and most durable alloys, it weighed at least 80 kilograms. A person entered the robot through a hatch located on the back of the device. The pilot's legs and lower back were tightly secured with belts. This allowed the astronaut to stay in one position and not flop around the spacesuit. A sealed helmet with special lenses was put on the head, so that the person could clearly see the display with information through the liquid. Inside the robot were 2 manipulator arms, the movements of which repeated the outer arms. In fact, they did not look much like human arms. Rather, they were 2 cylinders with many holes inside. These holes contained various devices: drills, sensors, containers for storing soil samples, a suction machine for taking an atmospheric sample, a brush for grabbing small objects, and anchor arrows for fixing the robot during jumps. In addition, temperature and radiation sensors were attached to the body of the spacesuit. Inside, there was a small display with a control panel for all the instruments. This monitor also displayed information from the sensors and transmitted images from 5 cameras. The pilot could see what was happening in front of him through a window made of an alloy of special glass and transparent aluminum. In the slightly gloomy lighting of the compartment, the steel color gave the marsobots a special militancy, although they did not have any weapons. "Well, this toy is for me," said Ivan, pointing to a machine that looked like a small excavator loader. This device was supposed to drill 100 meters into the Martian soil, using a special telescopic drill. Scientists hoped to find liquid water or ice with traces of life deep in the soil. The crew left the cargo bay and headed to the control compartment. They had to bend slightly to move along the passage. The engineers tried to make the ship as compact as possible and reduce the weight of the entire vessel in order to take on board as much equipment as possible. Even the gymnastics compartment and, at the same time, restroom had a low ceiling, and the crew did their warm-up lying down or sitting. As a rule, the cosmonauts did push-ups or a set of muscle-stretching exercises in this gym. The cargo compartment was located closer to the tail of the ship. The crew passed through the dining room, the hygiene compartment, the gym. Then there were 3 sleeping compartments. They were divided by partitions so that each member of the group had the opportunity to be alone and rest from their colleagues. In fact, the cargo and transport compartments were the only ones where a person could stretch out to his full height. One of the greatest achievements of the scientists was the creation of constant gravity on the ship, like on Earth. Thanks to this, the astronauts were able to avoid many health problems during such a long flight. The gravity generator and engines of the ship were powered by a small nuclear reactor, which was initially opposed by American engineers who proposed using sails for movement on the power of the solar wind as a basis. But multiple reliability tests of Russian reactors convinced them to make a hybrid propulsion system. The captain entered the control compartment, sat down in the chair, and checked the sensor readings. Ishiro waited silently for Tom to speak, but Ivan interrupted the pause. "I suggest we land near Olympus. The highest point of our system is not seen every day. There is a danger of dust avalanches," the captain said thoughtfully. "I'm not suggesting that we sit right at the foot of the mountain. This colossus can be seen from afar." "Vanya's right," Rich said, tossing a tennis ball. "And you can take great photos with a background like this." "Still hitting on girls on Facebook?" Ishiro said with a smile. "Here I am in space. Here I am on Mars. Why are there so few likes? Okay, we'll land 3 kilometers west of Olympus." The captain gave the order. Ishiro adjusted the route on the monitor. "What are we going to listen to?" the Japanese asked, addressing everyone. Music was one of the main entertainments during the flight. Everyone took a set of their favorite songs, from which various playlists and some kind of hit parades were compiled by voting. "Give me Moonlight Sonata and our classical album. Classical music calms me down. I need to concentrate," the captain asked. "And I'm afraid that I'll sleep through the landing to these tunes," Rich answered, yawning. "In about 40 minutes, according to my calculations, the second phase of the drug's action will begin, and you can be sent to the Olympic Games," Ishiro said without looking up from the monitor. Everyone fell silent. A feeling of something exciting but frightening covered people. Everyone was thinking about their own things. The captain took an electronic photo of his family out of his pocket. He touched it with his finger, as if lazily brushing off dust, and the photo was replaced by a new picture of his wife and child, splashing on the beach during their joint vacation. Flipping through the images, Tom returned to Earth. No jet engine could bring him home as quickly as these photos and thoughts about his family. The captain plunged into his memories to the tunes of Moonlight Sonata. He had never been so far from home. Ishiro looked at the wooden amulet that he always wore around his neck. This talisman was a gift from his father. Ishiro liked to concentrate on it in important moments or during difficult choices, and after some time a good solution would come to mind. The amulet was carved from an oak branch that Ishiro's father planted on the second day after his son was born. 10 years later, he cut one branch and carved a small figurine of a sword out of it, a symbol of their family name Takeo, a fighter, a warrior. The name Ishiro meant first son, since he was the firstborn in the family. His father dreamed that his son would become a military man, but when Ishiro was still a child, many noticed that he had a penchant for medicine. He was not afraid of blood, calmly removed splinters from himself and his friends at the age of 5. After graduating with honors from Tokyo Medical University, Ishiro received an invitation to the country's National Space Agency to study the problems of the impact of radiation on human health.
Ivan looked at the monitor, most of which was taken up by a huge black mass of space. Mars was red ahead. Gradually, a distant childhood image of the same red sun emerged in his head, the one he had seen in a village near Novosibirsk, where he had spent every summer until the 10th grade. The image gradually became clearer. He had already forgotten that carefree time when he wandered through the forest with a basket of mushrooms, or sat with his grandfather in the reeds on the lake and caught crucian carp. Then, when his grandfather passed away, the house in the village was sold, and a different life began. College, training, clubs, girls. This went on for several years. The fast pace of the metropolis did not allow him to escape this whirlpool. Then college gave way to work, which reduced the time for clubs and girls. This did not affect training. On the contrary, sports and work helped each other. Torturing himself in the gym, Ivan came home and fell asleep until the morning. But when he woke up, he was full of new strength and ideas. And what he couldn't do yesterday was already a solved problem today. Thanks to his tall stature, athletic build, and pleasant appearance, the guy had no end of girls. The courageous brunette with green eyes conquered girls at first sight. But, despite this, Ivan had no experience of serious and long-term relationships, so no one was waiting for him on Earth, except his parents and friends. Now, having flown far, far away from the bustle of the Earth, he did not want training or a club, or even painted dancing girls. Ivan had only one desire: to sit on the shore of the lake, take a fishing rod, spit on the hook, and wait for the moment when the float starts to twitch. At that moment, the heart beats faster, the hand automatically reaches for the rod, but reason says that it is too early. A few more movements of the float. It's time. You pull the rod. Feel this pleasant weight at the end of the line and understand that you have caught. A dull knock in an instant cut off these memories. The lake, the reeds, and the setting sun disappeared. "What do the sensors show?" the captain asked excitedly. "Everything seems to be fine. I'll look at the camera footage now," Ishiro reported. He reviewed 30-second sequences of images from cameras on the port side where the impact occurred. "Looks like this object. Now, I'll capture it from the picture." The Japanese adjusted the image for a few more seconds, then brought it up on the main screen. A small dark spot approached and increased in size. The impact fell on the compartment with the kitchen. The object was too small. The sensors detected it too late, so the autopilot did not correct the course, and this thing flew into us. "The closer to Mars, the more disruptions we can expect," Rich said dryly. "The planet will interfere with the sensors." "No panic. Everything is working fine. The optimal trajectory and speed for entering the atmosphere have been calculated," the captain encouraged the team. Ivan remembered how a month ago they had been caught in a stream of meteorites moving from Jupiter. The emergency lights came on. The autopilot made a sharp downward maneuver. But the meteorites were faster than the computer's computing capabilities, and several stones hit the hull.
There was a micro-depressurization of the instrument compartment, which was immediately mothballed, and the ship's healing program was turned on. The ship's hull consisted of several layers. When creating the ship, scientists used smart armor technology. Theoretically, if a foreign element hit the hull and caused damage or deformation, the armor, using special reserves in the inner layers, tightened the holes or restored the dents.
Part of the hull flowed to the damaged area at the molecular level and restored integrity. In practice, this has been verified several times already. In 2 days, the traces of the impacts overgrew and the compartment became safe again. Time flew as inexorably as the ship approached the red planet. There were 2 hours left before entering the atmosphere. The captain thought, "That's one small step for man, one giant leap for mankind," said Neil Armstrong, the first to touch the lunar surface. The creation of this ship and the organization of the flight became another leap for the development of science on Earth. How many Nobel Prizes, discoveries, and achievements, energy, robotics, new materials, medicine. The Japanese, thanks to their discoveries, plan to increase the average life expectancy in their country to 100 years in the near future. There are already 10 billion people on Earth. Soon there will be no room left on the planet. And then what? Then it will be necessary to populate Mars. And so on, from planet to planet and to new systems. Rachmaninoff began to play in the Everest control compartment. One small step for man, one small step for man, the captain thought. He remembered the footage of the moon landing. What year was it? 1965. No, later, probably 68. No, 9th, definitely 1969. The Russians were the first to go into space. Their satellite. Then Gagarin. But we were the first on the moon. Now we are all flying together. Times are changing. Ivan shifted his gaze from the monitor to the captain. He was quite comfortable working with this man, but not nearly as comfortable as with his mentor Sergeyev, who could also lead this expedition. Sergeyev is a hero of Russia. He has 9 flights under his belt. He started with the ISS, then the European Space Base. He was at the Chinese base, although it didn't even last 3 years. It left orbit in 23, almost hitting Australia. Tom, however, is also a normal guy. But it would be better to fly with Sergej. But he is on Earth, and I am here, 2 hours from Mars. Rich felt his muscles begin to fill with energy. The dizziness gradually passed. The Englishman raised his eyes and looked at the ceiling. "We'll be there, was going through his head. They'll make a movie about this. They'll distort everything, of course. They'll cast some idiot for my role. But that's not important now. The main thing now is that we're here. Less than 2 hours, and we'll be in the atmosphere, and 3 days on Mars. Who else has had a weekend like this?" But the thoughts about later still didn't go away. And then what? We were all warned about radiation and all that. So much time in space. Almost a year, if everything goes well, and we'll arrive home on schedule. And then they'll drag us around to hospitals, tests, examinations, injections, recovery. Nature had generously endowed the Englishman with health, and Rich didn't squander it. A minimum of alcohol, no cigarettes. He did communicate with girls outside of the regime, but he couldn't control himself there, and the rest. Sports. Diet. Sports. The crew was silent. They could hear the engine steadily pushing the ship toward the red celestial body. Enormous distant stars winked at Everest, watching humanity's most daring foray out of its cradle. Every minute brought them closer to their goal, and at the same time, with every minute, their souls became more anxious. The silence was broken by a signal from Earth. Every 5 hours, a communications check was conducted. A short status request came from the Flight Monitoring Center. Ishiro would send a response that the flight was proceeding normally, or a report of an abnormal situation. But this happened very rarely.
This time, the Japanese sent a message about a collision with a small piece of meteorite and information from sensors that the ship's hull was intact. Earth, over. In 1 hour and 29 minutes, we will enter the atmosphere of Mars and begin landing, the Japanese added at the end of the message. Chapter 2. Touch. Mars was approaching. The autopilot, receiving information from sensors every 3 seconds, adjusted the speed and thrust of the engines. Everest had vertical and horizontal thrust. It was lifted from Earth by a launch vehicle and placed into a given orbit. After the rocket undocked, the main horizontal engines were turned on, working alternately, with the sails catching the solar wind. The vertical engines were inactive the entire flight, but if they failed during landing, the mission could be considered a failure. "Entry into the atmosphere in 10 seconds, Captain," Ivan said, not taking his eyes off the monitor. He and Ishiro were responsible for the landing. If the autopilot malfunctioned and incorrectly synchronized the engine changeover time, Ishiro was supposed to turn it off and land the ship manually with Ivan. "Vertical engines are starting," Ishiro responded. "Operating power is 5%. 5 seconds to entry. Horizontal power drops. Thrust 22%. Vertical power 15%. There is an input, both horizontal at 5%. There is a disconnection, a moment's pause." Over the months, all the crew members had become accustomed to the smooth, confident pull, and now it was gone. The next moment, they realized that they were falling. It felt like an old elevator when it starts to descend. Nothing at first. The elevator is standing still. Then a sharp jolt. A feeling that all the organs in the body are rising up. At that moment, fear flashed in the eyes of the entire crew. Then the ship shook, and Ishiro's cry coincided with a sharp jolt from below, as if they had already touched the ground. "Engines are running at 50%. We've leveled off." "Phew," Rich blurted out, having not made a sound for the last few minutes. The talkative Englishman with Jamaican roots gripped the armrest with his hands and stared at the monitor without blinking, occasionally shifting his gaze from Ivan to Ishiro. His leg even cramped from the tension. But he endured it and did not move, for some reason afraid that this could interfere with the landing. If someone down on Mars could look at them and had very good eyesight, they would see that the ship, moving in the upper layers of the atmosphere, stopped for a second, and then began to fall sharply. But then 4 flashes lit up under it, and Everest froze in one point. And at this time, a dust storm began on the red planet. Ivan looked at Ishiro. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Rich rubbing his leg, then the captain. "Starting the reduction program. Power is falling. 49, 46, 45%. "That's enough for now," Tom said. The ship moved from its point of equilibrium and began to slowly descend. "The height is 34,000 meters. Reduce the power by another 3%. Descent rate 50 meters per second. It's normal. At 10,000, we release the parachutes." The ship was descending at 3,000 meters per minute. All 4 engines were working smoothly. The thrust was confident. The Everest was moving smoothly. When the ship dropped to 27,000, Ishiro saw Olympus. "Look at the picture from the 6th camera." The Japanese man displayed the image on the main monitor. "Here it is, Olympus." "I thought he would be closer," the Englishman muttered. "Don't be upset. This handsome man can be seen from afar." The Russian smiled. "Rich is right," Ishiro admitted. "The error was greater than expected. We missed the landing point by about 7 kilometers." The captain, leaning back a little in his chair, asked, "How's the sight below us? Have you found a place to land?" "I will be able to scan it well when we are at an altitude of 20,000. Another 2 minutes passed. The crew gazed eagerly at the approaching Mars. All the thoughts that had troubled them an hour ago hid very deeply in their consciousness. Now they were occupied with this minute, this second, this moment. Family, home, Earth, everything faded into the background. The ancient genes of explorers awakened in the men with extraordinary force. Like the first people who discovered something new and exciting, they now gazed at the surface of the red planet. The sensors showed that the 20,000 mark had been passed. Ishiro worked at the control panel. The surface scanners began sending information. Finally, he turned to the captain. "Sir, there are several small rocks and a gentle hill below us. I suggest landing a kilometer to the north. There is a flat area there. Scanners show that there are small craters in places, but this is better than landing between rocks." The captain nodded. The ship tilted slightly. The engineers had thought that the pilot could maneuver during landing by changing the power of the vertical engines, since each of the 4 nozzles was individually adjustable. However, the difference in thrust between the opposite engines should not exceed 11%. Otherwise, the ship would capsize. Ivan looked at his monitor in surprise. "Some nonsense. My numbers are jumping. To the surface it was 15,000, then 17,000, now 12,000. At the same time, Ishiro raised his head. "I have the same thing." The ship shook. The engine power switched according to the set program. The sensors transmitted different altitudes. Because of this, the engines increased and decreased thrust chaotically.
"This won't do. Ishiro, turn off the autopilot. It will kill us. Switch to manual control."
The captain peered at the camera image and checked the sensor information.
"It looks like there is a storm below us, and a strong one at that. It is creating interference. The scanners have gone completely crazy."
Ishiro quickly got his bearings. They had practiced this situation many times.
"I have control. The autopilot is off. According to my calculations, in a minute we will be over the required point, then I will align the engines."
The captain clenched his fists. He felt the vein in his temple pulsate. The American took several deep breaths, trying to calm his heartbeat, but it didn't help.
"There are about 10 to 12,000 below us now,"
said Ivan.
"I'm leveling the engines, releasing the parachutes in 30 seconds.
Ishiro waited the required time.
"Get ready."
The crew felt a slight upward jerk, much weaker than when the engines switched over. 3 huge parachute domes opened above the ship.
Speed 30 meters per second, height 7,500.
Ivan commented. The ship began to descend a little more slowly. With the engine power at 50% and the current mass, Everest froze, almost motionless in the atmosphere. Gradually reducing the thrust, the pilot landed the ship.
Speed 17 meters per second. Okay, a little over 1,000 a minute. We're keeping it that way for now.
Tom nodded. In a few minutes, Everest became 5 kilometers closer to Mars. Ishiro, having taken control, maintained an outwardly oriental calm. But his palms were already wet with sweat.
2,000 meters. Increasing power by 1%. Good news. It looks like the storm has passed. The sensors are working normally.
The crew endured another agonizing minute.
A little over 1,000.
Ishiro said calmly. According to the instructions, in case of landing in manual mode, one should proceed to the last operation. Engines 49%, landing slowly, releasing cushions. There were special hatches in the bottom of the Everest. During landing, several airbags would shoot out of them, just like in a car accident. These airbags would dampen the ship's inertia to protect the hull and cushion the weight of the vessel. The rate of descent decreased to several meters per second. The ship almost hovered above the ground, slowly descending. 500 meters, 400, 200, 100, Now, there is a touch. The crew felt a slight impact. The captain shook in his seat. Rich hit his knee on the console. Ishiro leaned forward sharply. Ivan swung to the side, but immediately straightened up. "Turn it off," the captain croaked. Ishiro carried out the command, and the ship's roar died down. Right to Earth. The landing was successful. "We are on Mars." The captain closed his eyes.
Rich jumped up in his chair and let out a cry like the cry of an ancient hunter who had defeated a lion.
Ivan and Ishiro joined him, filling the entire ship with joyful cries. Chapter 3: Earthly Chores. We are on Mars. These words from the radiogram caused thunderous applause in the Mission Control Center. People hugged and kissed. For the first few minutes, scientists, cosmonauts, assistants, and officials were all overcome with euphoria. An image of the heads of the European and American space agencies appeared on the huge monitor of the Mission Control Center in Moscow. Everyone vied with each other to congratulate each other. This was a common success for a huge team of people who had worked on this project for many years. While scientists in the observation centers communicated via dedicated communication channels, the presidents of the countries participating in the project also exchanged congratulations. Lev Nikolaevich, Washington is on the line. The secretary's voice faded into silence in the speaker. Lev Nikolaevich pressed the display, and the monitor showed the fat face of a 55-year-old man with long but thin hair combed back. The man was smiling and looked friendly, but something in his eyes always displeased the Russian president. "Hello, Mike. Congratulations. Our countries have achieved this success together, which I think will further strengthen our union. I am glad that our countries cooperate a lot and fruitfully. I hope that we will celebrate the success upon the return of the cosmonauts. I propose to arrange an informal meeting. I invite you to my place on Lake Michigan. We have just finished building a cozy government hotel. Your hospitality is captivating, Mike. You know I'm superstitious, so let's not open the champagne for now. When the ship lands on Earth, then we'll celebrate." "Good. Then I wanted to discuss the issue of Algeria. I understand that your state companies have long-term contracts with Omar. But after what he did to the hostages, I hope you understand that this cannot be left like this. We will take the most decisive measures."
I understand and express my condolences. This is a terrible incident. I propose to discuss our joint actions on this issue on Friday in Brussels.
Okay. See you later, Lev. Let's keep our fingers crossed for our guys on Mars.
Okay, Michael. God willing, everything will be fine. He held his smile until the monitor went dark. Then his face became serious and a little sad. The usual deep wrinkles of people who spend a lot of time thinking appeared on his forehead and the bridge of his nose. The president thought for a moment, put his palms to his temples, and lowered his head a little, then ran his hands through his thick, wavy hair. Already quite touched with gray, he had recently turned 50. Lev Nikolaevich has been president for the last 12 years.
He took the helm during very difficult times for the country. After a sharp and prolonged fall in oil prices, a crisis broke out in Russia. When the first collapse happened, the markets collapsed. Company shares fell in price. Panic began. The previous regime, which had been holding on due to high prices for hydrocarbons, finally lost the trust of the population. The government could not restore order. Riots began, and the former president abdicated power and secretly emigrated. This caused an even greater shock. Even the closest associates did not expect such a reaction from the ruler. In an attempt to stabilize the situation, a temporary emergency council was convened, which included Lev Nikolaevich as the Minister of Science. He proposed a program for radical restructuring of the economy.
Still young, but already an experienced and far-sighted politician, understood that the hype would die down over time. But there are eternal values that the state can always rely on. For example, land. For many centuries, Russia had found in its vast expanses what it could exist and develop thanks to timber, furs, gold, metal, coal, oil, water. Now uranium ores have come to the fore. Even as Minister of Science, Lev Nikolaevich actively developed a program of peaceful atom and alternative energy sources. He proposed an anti-crisis strategy to the provisional government, which consisted of the idea of giving the country cheap energy so that it could live and develop. Lev Nikolaevich managed to win over most officials to his side, and in the snap elections, the people elected him as the new leader.
Having taken over the presidency, Lev Nikolaevich began to burn out corruption in the country with a hot iron at all levels of government. Thousands of officials of all stripes and ranks exchanged their comfortable offices for prison cells. The reforms also affected the judicial and tax systems, the army, education, industry, and science. After the mass construction of mini-reactors, energy became a penny. The danger of an accident at such stations was less than 0.01%, but even in the event of an explosion, the affected area would be no more than 20 kilometers in radius, and the territory would be cleared in 10 years. And if at first his technology of mini-nuclear stations seemed like a breakthrough, now it has become part of everyday life. The stations provided energy for everything from charging batteries for electric cars to industrial giants. Russia recovered from the crisis and once again took its place among the most influential powers. But maintaining this position required enormous and painstaking work. It was necessary to monitor the country's interests in all parts of the planet. Mr. President, this is Mr. Tao Hong, the secretary said in a more solemn tone than he would have used with the American president. Lev looked at the monitor, expecting to see his partner and ally. Mr. Hong was already old, but his extraordinary health and accumulated wisdom allowed him to retain power in his hands. Despite his age, the Chinese leader was unusually strong in body and spirit. It's still evening in your city, but the stars have been shining in our sky for a long time, my friend. But I hope that tomorrow the sun will rise and warm our friendly countries, the old Chinese said politely. Indeed, it was already getting dark in Moscow, but Lev liked to work in the evenings. According to his observations, Tao Hong never went to bed, and like a sleepless eye, looked out over the country from the window of his tall government center. It was called the Tower of Power, and the main political, economic, and business structures of China were located in this tower. Hello, Mr. Hong. How are you feeling? Are the nightmares no longer bothering you? Lev Nikolaevich asked politely. In recent years, the Chinese leader began to see, in his words, prophetic dreams, and for some reason considered it his duty to tell them to his Russian friend. As a rule, these dreams were about catastrophes and tragedies, but sometimes there were good dreams. In late spring, Tao said that he dreamed of a giant polar bear walking across Europe, from one country to another, and then lay down on Poland and melted. And a little more than a month later, a natural collapse really did occur in the old world. From Spain to Ukraine, it snowed for 3 days. The temperature in July dropped to -5. The harvest was ruined. Many flights were canceled and tourism suffered. How can one not believe in Providence? But, as a rule, such a coincidence was 1 in 10 or even less often. I haven't had a dream for a week, but I guess it doesn't matter. How is your family? The Chinese man's wrinkled face continued to radiate friendliness. Lev Nikolaevich smiled in response. Thank you. Very good. My wife and children asked me to convey my greetings and gratitude for the gift. This controllable yacht model is really chic. My son is delighted. No need to thank me.
My secretary almost forgot to remind me about your boy's birthday. I almost fired him for it.
His memory is not very good anymore. Like many old people, the Chinese like to complain about his health, although his health could be envied by people much younger than Tao. Forgot. Did I already convey my gratitude to your wife for the warm socks? Yes, Mr. Hong, last week. She promised to knit more if you like these. For your whole family. It's her new hobby, but she's worried that she's not very good at it. Tell her that she has golden hands. We will gratefully accept new ones. You know, I love chopping wood and I do it almost every day. In winter and summer, it reminds me of my childhood and keeps my body in good shape. The Chinese man fell silent as if thinking, then came to again. So, it is cold to chop wood in the frost. Or rather, the body is warm but the feet are cold. So these socks will be irreplaceable when I chop wood in the winter.
Typically, the conversation between the leaders of the two great powers began with distant topics and often took place like a conversation between old friends, or sometimes like a father and son. Then the conversation smoothly flowed to key issues, which, as a rule, concerned major projects, contracts, or political decisions. I'm planning to go to Mongolia in the winter, and I'll find them useful there too. The Chinese man continued to praise the woolen socks. Lev realized that this was a signal for an important topic. A month ago, they had already touched on the issue of Mongolia, the initiative here coming solely from Tao. Yes, it's not calm there now. Socks alone won't be enough for a comfortable trip, Lev Nikolaevich said thoughtfully.
Yes, but after a storm,
As a rule, the sun comes out and life continues with renewed vigor. Tao was in no hurry to reveal his cards, although he knew that they both understood the subject of the conversation perfectly well. But the topic was sensitive. Mongolia has become an object of China's geopolitical ambitions in recent years, but the current government was strongly opposed to the resettlement of Chinese on its territory, and did not want to indulge the economic decisions of a powerful neighbor in its lands. But this government had enemies, and Tao actively supported them. In fact, he blessed the armed conflict and separatist sentiments in the south of Mongolia, and the rebels slowly but surely moved north to the capital. The United States did not approve of this, and in many ways the decision on the Mongolian issue depended on Russia. America tried by all possible means to limit China's growing political influence.
but the relationship here was much more complicated than the ideological confrontation between communism and capitalism in the 20th century.
Lev did not want to quarrel with America, but Russia had its own interests in Mongolia, which could be achieved with the help of the Chinese. According to geologists, there was a large deposit of uranium ore in the central part of the country, and every year this resource was in increasing demand. Mongolia did not allow the state company Rosuranatom to begin mining there. The main thing is that the sun doesn't burn what's left of the hurricane. Lev continued the verbal metaphorical duel, insisting that Tao be the first to reveal his cards. In the homeland of Genghis Khan, there are people who want things to be different than they are now. If they are given the opportunity, they will do better than they are now. But for now, they are not strong enough. And power is in the hands of people who do not compromise.
These people are like old dry trees that think that their roots will hold them up and save them from a hurricane. But the hurricane tears out old dry trees earlier than the young ones, those that are full of sap. Their flexibility is their salvation. The hurricane will only bend them, and they will straighten up after the storm and turn green. A hurricane should clear the forest to make way for new growth. Lev supported the given concept of discussing the geopolitical issue. Yes, the forest will become young and safe, and you can walk through the forest without fear that an old tree will crush you. And you can pick mushrooms. Tao knew that silent hunting, picking mushrooms, was one of Lev Nikolaevich's favorite hobbies. In the fall, he regularly secretly flew to Altai, to his lands for the weekend,
to pick milk mushrooms and porcini mushrooms. But the hurricane must pass quickly. No one likes long periods of bad weather.
The hurricane will pass quickly if there is a favorable front from the north, Tao hinted. The Chinese had already directly proposed dividing Mongolia.
I understand you, Mr. Hong. Let me look at the folk signs, and I will give you my weather forecast.
Good night, my friend. Thank you for the interesting conversation.
Tao was pleased. He knew that Russia had to agree. The Chinese poured some green tea with jasmine from a clay teapot and began to hum an old children's song. Chapter 4. The die is cast. The crew peered into the monitor. The storm had passed, and the landscape of the red planet was clearly visible on the screen. A desert surface with pits, craters, hills, and entire mountain ranges. Ivan caught himself thinking that he had seen something flash several times, as if a lizard was running from one rock to another. But what kind of lizard could there be here? The wind was simply driving dust, collecting it in bizarre shapes. The sensors showed -70 outside, and this was not the harshest weather for Mars. Here the temperature could drop to -150. Such conditions would seem like hell even to a seasoned Siberian, not to mention the rest of the crew, who were not accustomed to severe frosts. For example, Rich was horrified by Ivan's stories about the 30-degree winter that was common in Novosibirsk. The successful landing returned the dark-skinned Englishman to his usual sense of humor. Where is the delegation of the little green men? Is no one meeting us? It took us 6 months to get here. So much for the vaunted Martian hospitality. Well, friends, let's go. Don't rush, Rich. The captain looked at him sternly. That's how a boss usually looks at an overzealous deputy or a manager who forgets who's in charge. First, the draw. What other draw? The Englishman grumbled. Who will go down in history as the first person to set foot on Mars?
Ishiro decided to interrupt the dialogue between Rich and the captain. He didn't like the growing tension. I have already prepared 3 toothpicks for this occasion. Since I am staying on the ship to observe, I do not automatically participate in the lottery. Well, so that suddenly there are no accidental arguments and pushing at the exit. Ishiro calmly looked into Rich's eyes, while his lips twitched in a slight smile. We will now choose who will be the first to step on Mars. I leave 1 toothpick whole. I break only the tip of the second. And I break the third in half. Whoever has the shortest one is the first. Ishiro clenched all 3 toothpicks in his fist, with the whole edges facing up, so that it would be unclear which one was whole and which were broken. Okay, I hope we won't draw lots now to see who pulls the toothpick first. Otherwise, we'll never get out of here. Rich snatched up the stick with the broken end. The second.
The captain looked at Ivan, who gestured that he was in no hurry. Whatever gets you, gets you. Pull it, Captain. Tom took the toothpick. It was untouched. Congratulations, Vanya, Ishiro handed him the shortest stick. Save it for history. In 50 years, this piece of wood will be worth a lot of money. Okay, let's get ready. We have half an hour to get ready. The captain moved towards the exit of the compartment. There are a little more than 2 hours left before the energy drink wears off. It should be enough for a walk and to install the drill. The Japanese patted the Russian on the shoulder. All 4 went into the cargo bay. Ivan walked around the rover, unfastened the restraining belts, checked if the batteries were in place, just in case. Ishiro opened the compartment with the suits. They stretched freely. All sizes were universal. The crew undressed down to their swimming trunks and began to climb into the special clothing.
The suits also had a hood that tightly fit the head and ears. We're like scuba divers, Rich said, pulling up his hood. If only we had a mask, we'd look like ninjas. Black and invincible. The captain was clearly not very comfortable. "I don't know about ninja, but I couldn't fight in this." Ivan was the first to put on the scuba diver ninja suit, as the Englishman dubbed it, climbed into the cabin of his Mars tractor rover and pulled the hatch towards himself. The Russian settled down more comfortably and grabbed the joystick with his right hand. All movement control was carried out with this lever. The rover smoothly turned and moved towards the hatch in the side wall of the compartment, freeing up space for other devices. Then Rich climbed into his Marsbot. Having settled into the body, he fixed his legs and body. Ishiro, looking at his partners, said, "Check the battery level." 99%. "And I have 99%. 100%, Ivan grinned. "Damn, he won here too," Richard sighed.
The Japanese man smiled. "Normal. A power loss of up to 1.5% during the time we were flying is acceptable. Ivan is first. Rich, get up right after him. Captain, you are bringing up the rear." The procession lined up in accordance with the draw. Now, we put on our helmets and launched the immersion program. Ivan put on his helmet and connected the air supply. Everything seems to be sealed, with God. A light turquoise liquid began to flow from somewhere, on the side and above. He looked at the menu. His eyes were getting used to the distorted image. The LEDs were beautifully illuminating the cabin. The display seemed blurry through the liquid, but the guy would be able to control the car in complete darkness. On Earth, all the movements were learned to the point of automatism. Ivan saw Ishiro approach from the side. His lips were moving, but he could not make out the words. Ishiro pointed to his ears.
"Turn on external speakers and intercom," the Japanese man tried to explain.
Ivan touched one of the menu buttons with his finger. Now he could hear what was happening outside. The Russian adjusted the volume to minimum. "The wind must be whistling on Mars." "How are you, brother?" Rich was clearly in high spirits. "Everything is fine, ready to go," Ivan answered and thought, "I also need to turn down the volume of the communication between the bots." Ishiro looked at all the crew members, then stepped aside and took something out of a small compartment. "And now a photo for memory. You look like Terminators." Ishiro took several group photos and snapped individual pictures of each crew member, not forgetting to take selfies. "On my command." He disappeared behind the hatch between the compartments. The seconds dragged on. Now his voice sounded from the speaker of the intercom. "Last readiness." Ishiro coordinated the depressurization process from the control room. He checked the indicators again. The cargo bay, or Everest gate, was sealed off from the rest of the ship. A red light lit up above the exit. The large hatch slowly began to open. At first, Ivan saw only blackness. A moment later, he realized that this was the night Mars. Finally, the hatch lowered. The Russian pressed the lever, and the rover moved forward. Chapter 5. Scientific Genius. Professor Albert Borisovich Kaimovich worked in a Novosibirsk laboratory. He was a man of average height, thin, but quite sinewy and strong. He wore rectangular glasses with thin frames, fashionable at the beginning of the century. As a rule, the scientist came to work in a shirt and trousers, but in his free time he preferred a more democratic t-shirt and jeans. He was a real workaholic. At 44, Albert Borisovich was considered one of the most gifted specialists in the field of virology. Several years ago, the Academy of Medical Sciences approved him as the head of the Laboratory of Virology and Biotechnology in Novosibirsk. However, due to his difficult character and intransigence in his views on the development of the laboratory, the professor managed to make many enemies in the scientific community, including among the officials of the academy. It was 7 o'clock in the morning. Most of his colleagues were just waking up, but Professor Kaimovich was already at his workplace. He and several other devoted assistants arrived earlier and left much later than the others. They were nicknamed the Ha people, since a certain circle of people had formed around the head of the laboratory, which was very difficult to get into. This circle had not changed for several years. At the moment, the Ha people were busy with yet another unscheduled experiment by Professor Kaimovich. Albert Borisovich loved unscheduled experiments, which, in fact, took up most of his team's overtime. The scientist's main hobby was crossing various viruses. Many of these experiments were officially banned by the Biological Weapons Treaty, signed by 183 countries, but Albert Kaimovich convinced his team that these were the machinations of political scientists, that they couldn't ruin the industry, but needed to continue working, and that one day all of this would be very useful. In addition, Albert Borisovich was convinced that on the other side of the ocean, scientists had not put away their microscopes and were also working in this direction. The professor could trust only 3 of his colleagues. The first was Andrei Kuznetsov, a young and ambitious scientist who dreamed of world fame, was very ambitious and quite gifted. The boss considered him his right hand. The second was Mashenka Snegoreva, a pretty lab assistant, less gifted than Andrei, but very diligent.
She was the daughter of Albert Borisovich's friends who died in a plane crash. At 16, the girl became an orphan. The professor helped her enter the university, then took her on as an intern in his laboratory, and after graduation, assigned her to be his assistant. Therefore, Mashenka was devoted to him, honestly did her job, and kept her mouth shut. The third member of their quartet was Joseph Betz, also the son of Kaimovich's friends, who now lived in Israel and sent their offspring to do an internship with an old friend. His parents were geneticists, but the son was more interested in microbiology and virology. Therefore, it was difficult to find a better mentor for writing a dissertation than Albert Borisovich. From the first days of work in the laboratory, Yosia, as his friends called him, showed great zeal, and in a short time earned the respect of his colleagues and the favor of the professor. Mashenka entered the laboratory fourth. The professor, Yosia, and Andrei were already working. "Did you hear?" Instead of greeting, the girl shouted from the doorway.
They landed. The ship landed successfully. Today Vanya must explore the surface.
Masha and Andrei knew Ivan. He was a little older than them, but they studied together at the same scientific and technical university. "I bet he'll get really arrogant after he returns. So much fame," Andrei muttered, not taking his eyes off the microscope. "You're wrong. Vanya is a good guy," Masha answered, a little embarrassed. "By the way, didn't I tell you?" The professor leaned back slightly in his chair. "My letters to the academy were successful. Some of the Martian soil will be given to us for study, perhaps partly because Vorobyov is our fellow countryman. But I think the main role was played by the fact that our laboratory is considered one of the best in the country. Will we have soil?" Yosia squeezed the test tubes tighter so as not to drop them.
"Yes, I spoke with the head of the academy yesterday. Moscow agreed to provide samples for study."
"I wonder if he'll return to Novosibirsk himself," Masha asked, addressing no one in particular, and blushed slightly. "I'm afraid, Beauty, after his return he'll have a lot of other things to do. He'll only have to travel around the general's dashas for half a year, entertaining them with stories about Mars," Andrei quipped, casting a quick glance at the girl. "Okay, we'll see." Albert Borisovich decided to bring his colleagues' thoughts back to work. What Vorobyov will do upon his return shouldn't concern us, and the soil he delivers to Earth will be our main job for the near future. By the way, how are things with Gosha? "I'll bring it now, boss," Yosia responded. White rat Gosha was sleeping quietly in a glass-sealed box. Next to him stood a large cage with a dozen of the same rats, each with a small chip implanted in it. When a scanner was brought to the rat's scruff, it read information about its nickname, age, biometric parameters, and other data. So it was possible to receive information about the temperature, blood composition, and blood pressure of the animals online.
Albert Borisovich worked actively on this technology. In the West, people voluntarily agreed to have such a chip sewn into themselves for a fee as an experiment. With its help, doctors and scientists analyzed the state of the body. But Western specialists lived on grants and government subsidies, while in our country this program was not appreciated and no money was given. The professor considered the project very promising for both science and the state. In his opinion, the introduction of such chips from birth would allow for the detection of diseases at early stages, would help control the migration situation, and would simplify the fight against crime. A person who committed a crime could be quickly identified using satellites tracking all the chips. That is, it was assumed that it would be possible to monitor online where each citizen is at one time or another. Albert Borisovich realized the complexity of introducing this technology into society because hardly anyone would want to always be in the sight of the special services. But the professor was convinced that as soon as the government plucked up the courage, it would find a way to influence the masses. Albert Borisovich himself was a very conservative person in political terms. He was afraid of any riots, revolutions, demonstrations. They did not give him money for his scientific initiatives, or gave him little. All the funding for the laboratory was state-funded, and the funds were allocated for those projects that were approved by the learned men from the academy. This irritated him a lot, but he believed that the time of the idiots, who now run the Ministry of Science, would pass. Only everything had to be prepared. Many experiments had to be conducted. First on rats, monkeys, pigs, dogs, and then on people. Yes, on people. Not necessarily legally. The main thing was to have a result. Then they would all need him, both doctors and security forces. All his developments would be very useful. And in the meantime, he would work everything out, get everything set up. Even if they did not give him money, he could handle it himself. He did not have to account for the laboratory's resources. Here, he was the king and God. Then, everything would pay off. Joseph approached Gosha's aquarium. In the neighboring cage, rats were running around disturbed. Gosha was lying quietly. The container was hermetically sealed, with a closed air circulation system. The rat had recently been infected with a new virus. This was the first test. The professor had created a new strain by crossing the rabies virus and the bacteria that caused tuberculosis. If the experiment was successful, the new supervirus could be transmitted by airborne droplets. A warhead filled with such an infection, delivered to an enemy camp or city, could disable the enemy's manpower more reliably than a bomb explosion. Yosia took the container, checked if the air pump was securely fastened. Gosha lay there, shaking nervously. The infection had been successful. Yesterday, the scanner had shown that a virus had been detected in his blood. The guy moved the aquarium to a separate room, which only the four of them had access to. Albert Borisovich and Andrei were already waiting there. Masha was doing her work in the general lab. The aquarium was placed on the table. Albert Borisovich took the laser scanner and pointed it at Gosha. The light on the scanner blinked. The device beeped loudly, displaying the readings on the monitor. The rat jerked, as if waking up from sleep, rushed at the silhouette of the man, hit the wall of the aquarium, bounced back, hissed angrily, rushed again, as if not believing in the obstacle or trying to break it, hit again, fell on its back and crawled to the opposite wall. Small drops of foam hung from the animal's chin. The aquarium was covered with a dark, translucent cloth, so as not to unnecessarily irritate the test subject. All the symptoms are on the face, even on the face. And not only that, Andrei ran his eyes over the indicators on the monitor. The temperature is 3 degrees higher than normal. Tachycardia, increased salivation. Also symptoms of tuberculosis but less pronounced. That's how it should be. We only needed the method of transmission from Koch's bacillus. Now rabies can be picked up through the air. Albert Borisovich also studied the numbers on the screen. It wasn't for nothing that we spent 6 months teaching him to fly, Doc. Andre said happily.
This is only the second stage. There is still a lot of time until the end of the experiment. Will the rodent be able to infect someone else without biting? Yosya stood next to Andre and adjusted his glasses with a smile. Okay, don't be smart. It's still a success. Kuznetsov snapped. So, young people, your scientific debate is very interesting, but let's work before the others arrive. Masha? Albert Borisovich, 5 more minutes. I need to finish the report for Kozlov. Finish later. We need you here. Snegeriova's heels began to click on the floor. So, team, gather. We are moving on to the 3rd stage. Masha, take the camera. You will record. Air could move from one section of the cage to another. A rat was already sitting in one part of the box. Yosha, take a reading from count 12, the professor asked. In each experiment, the rats were given unique name series. Since rats often died, and the experiment might not progress in the desired direction, the names of the experimental animals with specific functions were assigned numbers. For example, a rat named A was used for direct infection. A rat named B was used for contact with an infected individual, and a rat named C was used for the same contact, but with a preliminary injection of the necessary injection, etc. Often, the experiment ended with animals named A, 39, B, 27, C, 8. Gosha was the 15th individual, and Graf was the 12th of this experiment. The previous rodents joined the army of victims of scientific battles. Yosha pointed the scanner at the count. The chip in the rat transmitted information about physical parameters and blood composition.
Everything is fine, Professor. A perfectly healthy subject.
Andre inserted the free part of a cage into the adapter, which he connected to Gosha's aquarium. The result was something similar to a sleeve between the plane and the airport entrance. Andre and Yosya simultaneously pressed the buttons on the air blowers of the cages. They were also responsible for controlling the hatch. The infected specimen was in no hurry to move to a new place of residence. Andre, following the usual scenario, covered the Graf's cage with a dark cloth. The professor took a lamp from the table and pointed it at Gosha. The infected rat hissed and rushed into the darkness, finding itself in the second container in a couple of seconds. Clicks were heard. Electric motors started working. The hatches closed. The rodents found themselves in one hermetically sealed cage, separated by a transparent partition with ventilation holes. The Count looked through the glass wall at his fellow, not yet understanding the danger. Gosha, having calmed down a bit, turned his attention to his neighbor and a second later rushed at him. The Count jumped back, looking at his guest in fear and surprise. Rats are social animals, and during the entire time the Count lived in the same cage, not a single individual had behaved so aggressively. Gosha beat against the wall, trying to get to his rival, bite, gnaw, crush him. The relocation was successful. The time of first contact was 7 hours, 41 minutes. Masha finished filming the video with this phrase. Cover the whole cage with cloth. We'll check on them in the evening. And now, to your places. Let's get on with current affairs. Albert Borisovich looked at the aquarium with rats once more and left the office. The assistants followed him. Chapter 6. Walking on the Red Field. The wheels touched the surface of Mars, smoothly sinking into the dust. Ivan pressed the lever a little harder. The rover accelerated, The astronaut looked at the monitor. The rear-view camera showed Rich stepping after him, followed by Captain Tom's Mars robot.
Rich Cook Jr. on Mars! Meet the natives!
Ivan smiled and stopped the rover. Rich made the first jump and flew 5 meters. A few seconds later, the captain landed next to him.
This is Tom. General communications check. Ishiro, can you hear us?
There was a short pause, then a faint hissing sound, and a Japanese voice were heard. "Everything is fine. I can hear well. The smart guys at the base did not synchronize the channels between the ship and the marsobots properly. I fixed it. How do you feel?"
Confused. Moving toward the target, 500 meters to the south.
Rich, keep the distance between the marsobots at least 10 meters, so as not to accidentally hit each other with harpoons. Rich jumped to the left. When he was at the right distance, he moved the marsbot's right arm slightly to the side and released the harpoon. The tip went deep into the ground.
Okay, I'll check the left one now. Now we can go for a walk.
The Englishman turned his head. The captain's silhouette took off in the distance. Even at relatively short distances, it was hard to see through the liquid and the capsule's protective casing. A 3-dimensional scanner helped, projecting a picture of the surrounding landscape with objects onto a monitor within a 100-meter radius. Each Mars robot pilot saw how fast he was moving, what the distance to the object was. Dangerous places, large rocks, depressions, etc., were marked separately. The developers borrowed this scanner from the automobile industry, where they were successfully used for autopilots. The Englishman pushed off, jumped 3 meters up, and flew 7 meters forward.
Okay, now let's talk like adults.
The new jump was 5 meters high and 11 meters long. In addition to the weak gravity, the electric boosters of the legs helped to jump like a grasshopper, and the shock absorption system prevented bones from breaking upon landing. Meanwhile, Ivan had gotten used to the tractor rover. The unevenness of the road did not allow him to accelerate, and even if he wanted to, special limiters would not have allowed him to do so. Therefore, Rich and the captain quickly overtook him and jumped ahead. Vorobyov could not look at their grasshopper-like way of moving without laughing. I imagine in 100 years the roads of Mars with jumpers like these. He was distracted from these thoughts by a large hole, about 60 meters in diameter. There were often stones on the right and several smaller holes on the left. Ivan wondered which side would be best to go around. He turned the control joystick, and the rover slowly, but surely, went around to the left.
The jumping dots ahead were moving away. Ivan was driving the rover along a narrow strip between 2 depressions. If it had fallen into one of them, it would have certainly turned over, and then the success of the expedition could have suffered significantly. He slowed down, held his breath, and stretched his neck a little. Even stuck out the tip of his tongue a little. The guy remembered his first driving lessons, when he still did not feel the dimensions of the car and drove past 2 parked cars in a narrow passage. In these moments, you almost merge with the car, and you yourself physically begin to feel how you are passing a few centimeters from the obstacle. Suddenly, the ground under the left rear wheel crumbled, and it slid off the edge and hung over the hole. The rover tilted downwards and began to slowly slide. A nervous shudder ran down the pilot's spine. Ivan pressed the joystick hard. The electric motors increased traction, and the front wheels began to skid. The situation was becoming critical. The hole is about 8 meters deep in the center. If I slip, I'll flip over several times. The equipment will probably be ruined. Pull. Pull. Anxious thoughts swarmed through the cosmonaut's head. Finally, the front wheels grabbed hold of solid ground, and the rover slowly began to crawl out. Ivan slightly released the lever so as not to skid again. The device leveled out, and all 4 wheels landed on a solid surface. A minute later, the damned hole was left behind. Tom looked at the monitor. 20 meters to his left, Rich was jumping. The Englishman was already ahead of him by 7 meters. The guy's speeding. We need to slow him down. The captain looked at the screen again. The Russian's rover was not shown on it. The Marsbot pilots were so carried away by this cheerful movement that they lost sight of Ivan. Rich, stop! Cook Jr. landed after a big jump and was not able to brake right away, making a few more quick, uncertain steps by inertia. It even seemed to Tom that his partner was about to fall face down.
Ivan, answer. Where are you?
The captain asked worriedly. Rich's voice was then heard on the air.
Vanya, what happened?
Reception. Problems with the landscape. Everything is fine. The road is like the one to my dacha. Pothole after pothole.
Vorobyov reassured. The colleagues did not quite grasp the meaning of the words about the dacha, but they understood that everything was fine with their partner. A few seconds later, the rover taxied out from behind a large rock, the height of a 2-story cottage. Another 200 meters and we'll make the first tests, the captain clarified.
Why so far?
Rich's voice came through the speakers. No, of course I don't mind. I like the walk. But what's the point? Tom sighed and began to explain. It's simple. When we landed, the engines heated up the soil under us and around the ship. Also, the anti-radiation field operates within a radius of 300 meters around. All this could theoretically affect the composition of the soil, and what we all really hope to find. Life? The very one. In general, it is necessary to exclude the influence of the anthropogenic factor as much as possible. All samples will be in special flasks that will protect the soil from external influences. Therefore, the minimum radius from the ship to the soil sampling point is 500 meters with a reserve. Tom, Ivan, Rich. Ishiro's voice sounded excited. I'm analyzing the state of the sensors. Something is happening in the atmosphere. I think a new hurricane may be coming. Ishiro, can you tell us more precisely what it will be and how much time we have? The captain became wary. Not a weather forecast bureau. The program is currently analyzing the data. Okay, let's follow the plan. Tom looked hopefully at the Martian sky. The pilots continued their route. A few seconds later, they heard the Japanese man's voice again. You have reached the mark. The required distance from the ship has been passed. You can begin collecting samples. Ivan stopped his vehicle. The drilling site was suitable. The pilot's task was to deliver the drill to the designated point and install it on the surface. Then the drill, whose fullerene coating allowed it to penetrate even the hardest rocks, was to operate autonomously and take deep samples of the Martian soil. After all, getting to the required depth would take more time than the radiation protection on the rover could provide. Vorobyov undocked the drill from the rover, brought out the fastening devices, fixed it to the ground, and launched the apparatus. Microphones located outside transmitted the sound of the drill into the cabin, similar to the sound made by old dental drills used before the widespread introduction of lasers in dentistry. The drill slowly but surely bit into the soil. Meanwhile, the captain was taking atmospheric samples. In the right hand of his Mars robot was a special device. In fact, it was a vacuum cleaner, only not with a garbage bag, but with a special metal plastic flask where samples were sucked in. When the pressure in the flask reached the required value, the device automatically stopped pumping. Rich looked around and decided to pick up a couple of stones. Some were for the scientists, and he decided to keep a few for himself and then give them away as souvenirs. The Englishman adjusted his telescopic drills, which were located in the heels of the Mars robot. He pressed several keys on the display. The devices began to move. The length of the drills allowed samples to be taken at a depth of up to 3 meters. Rich felt a vibration. The entire Mars robot began to tremble slightly. Information about the depth reached by the devices appeared on the monitor. It was, of course, impossible to move during this process. 1 meter, Rich read on the screen. The vibration became a little quieter. The drills were already biting into the ground at a depth. Attention, a hurricane is moving towards us. Speed 150, 200 meters per second. It will be in our area in 30-40 minutes. I can't determine how long it is exactly. You should have enough time if you hurry back. Ishiro's voice died down. The men realized that they had chosen a bad time for their walk, but it was impossible to predict the weather here. Every minute was important. Everyone was trying to complete their tasks quickly and return to the ship safely. The Mars robots were not designed to move in strong winds. For Rich and Tom, this could be a matter of life and death, but the job had to be done. That was what they were flying for. Vorobyov was the first to cope. The drill was installed and working. By the next time humans went out onto the planet, the device was supposed to reach the required level and take deep soil samples. The device's mounting system was designed to withstand a hurricane, and there was no need to worry about it. Ivan contacted Ishiro. Take control. Is there contact with the drill? Yes, I see it on the monitor. The indicators are coming. Come back. Cap, I'm heading to base, the Russian reported. Move. The rover moved much slower than Tom and Rich's devices, so Ivan did not wait for them to return to the ship before the hurricane. Meanwhile, the captain reached a small cliff. He needed to take several samples of hard rocks on the surface. A device similar to a funnel, but with a drill in the middle, was mounted in his left hand. The drill worked like a hammer drill, combining drilling with impacts. The piece of rock that Tom chose crumbled. Stones and dust fell into the funnel, rolled down, and ended up in the storage compartment. The captain heard Rich's voice. Sir, I'm done. I took the samples. Come back, I'll catch up. Rich glanced at the captain, unfastened the anchors, and jumped. The Japanese man's voice came over the speakers again. There is precise information. If the program and sensors are not lying, the hurricane will be with us in 10 minutes. Speed 180 meters per second. The captain watched with unblinking eyes as the drill broke the rock. That's enough. Time to get to base, he said to himself mentally, turned to the ship and jumped. Chapter 7. Emergency Situation. Meanwhile, Rich was gaining momentum with each jump. He had already covered more than half the distance and was quickly approaching the ship. The thought of the hurricane pushed him forward. The Englishman concentrated less and less on his movements, trying to get to safety as quickly as possible with each jump. Rich deviated slightly from his original course, going around a ridge of large stones. Having landed once again, he pushed off to jump over several boulders, but miscalculated and touched the top of a small cliff with 1 foot in flight. The Englishman was unable to coordinate himself, fell, and somersaulted. And then he heard the excited voices of Ishiro and the captain. Rich, are you alive? What happened? Report? Rich spent a few more precious moments recovering, then summoned all his strength to force the Marsbot to rise. All the devices seemed to work. The machine obeyed the commands and stood up. I hit a rock. Everything seems to be okay. I'm continuing to move. Rich tried to jump, but barely got off the surface. There were only about 200 meters left to the ship. The captain had already caught up with him. Tom, it looks like the power steering has failed. I can't jump. Let's try together. Grab it. No. If you drag me, we'll lose our balance and both fall. Go to the base. I'll try to make it in time. The captain saw a hurricane approaching from the side. A powerful wind drove clouds of dust, tens of meters high, ahead of itself. You won't make it, the American said in a low voice. Rich was silent.
He looked at the ship, then looked towards where the storm was coming from. "Go away. I'll wait here. I have an idea." "Go, Captain." Tom was going over in his head the emergency situations they had played out countless times on Earth. But they hadn't foreseen a hurricane with a broken chassis for the Mars rover. If they had had a little more time, Ivan could have taken Rich in tow, but the rover wouldn't have had time to get here and then return to the ship.
The captain remembered the instructions that crew members were forbidden to risk their lives and jeopardize the success of the expedition, even to save a partner. The American sighed heavily and jumped forward, leaving Richard behind. Meanwhile, Rich tried to reach the ship on his own, but quickly realized that he couldn't get far without electric boosters. He fired new harpoons into the ground, then shot off the reel on his left arm, took the cable, and using the manipulator on his other arm, tied it to the Marsbot's hull. The Englishman did the same, with the cable on his right arm. He fired new harpoons and repeated the operation several times. Ivan was already climbing the gangway onto the ship. The captain had just made his final jump and found himself in front of the entrance. Stepping onto the ship, he turned around and saw Rich, all entangled in ropes, the ends of which were sticking out of the ground. "Captain, what's wrong with Rich? I've lost contact with him," Ishiro's voice croaked through the speakers. The always calm Japanese man, one might say, began to scream hysterically. "You won't make it in time! Close the hatch!" There was a moment's pause. A few more moments, and the dust, driven by the hurricane, enveloped the ship. The hatch began to rise and closed after a few seconds. Rich fired 2 more harpoons into the ground, now holding him on 8 cables, 4 on each side, tied to his arms, legs, body, anywhere he could reach with his manipulator arms. The last harpoons he fired were attached to a mechanism inside the Marsbot. He pressed a button on the display and locked the reel from unwinding. The man looked up and saw an impenetrable wall of dust that was moving towards him at a furious speed. Communication with Tom, Ivan, and the ship was lost. Richard Cook Jr. was left all alone on an alien cold planet, like a drowning man who had fallen overboard into the ocean during a storm. There was no one to save him. Rich tensed up, and a moment later felt the first blow of the hurricane. He was thrown upward, the cables instantly tightened, and he felt a tug from below. The harpoons were holding on to the ground with a death grip. The man in the spacesuit was between heaven and earth, or rather, between Mars and space. The Englishman was hanging 5 meters from the surface, held by cables. The speakers were a continuous hiss of static. He turned off the sound. Rich didn't see the first harpoon come loose, the metal tip torn from the ground and thrown away. The man felt a small tug. Thousands of grains of sand, crumbs and stones, crashed into him at breakneck speed. It seemed that the Marsbot would be torn apart right in the air. "Damn stone! I had to trip over it. I should be sitting in the ship now," Rich whispered, wincing with fear. At this time, Tom and Ivan climbed out of the apparatus. The people were outside the ship no longer than the recommended time, but the sensors still showed that the radiation background was elevated. Next to the cargo compartment there was a small rehabilitation block where the cosmonauts went, following the instructions. There was deathly silence on the ship. Their comrade, with whom they had prepared for the expedition so much, with whom they had spent so much time flying to this planet, was now trying to survive alone in a terrible hurricane. And the chances that they would see him again were slim. Ishiro brought out additional fastening modules to fix the ship to the surface as tightly as possible. Everest was shaking, but the anchors held tightly to the ground. All of Rich's muscles were tense. Nothing depended on him anymore. Everything was held together by the strength of the cables and the tenacity of the harpoons. But the Englishman clenched his fists, as if he were holding on to these cables with his hands. He felt the wind getting stronger.
The gusts were becoming sharper. It was as if the hurricane was angry that it could not pick up this object, unknown to him. On Mars, only rocks could resist the elements. Everything else was in its power. At some point, Rich felt that he had moved. One of the anchors with a cable flew past him. The next harpoon hit the Mars boat in the chest. The hull held. There was no depressurization, but a second later, the last anchors gave in, and the hurricane carried Rich away from the ship. The man flew past the rocks. The wind threw him to the ground and lifted him up again. When the hurricane weakened a little, the Mars boat rolled head over heels, but the next gust threw it up again. Before he lost consciousness, Rich thought, "I wish I could hit a rock, break my neck, die as quickly as possible." He was afraid of a painful death due to loss of oxygen or internal pressure. But the hurricane carried Richard past the rocks, further and further from the ship, his friends, and the chance to return to Earth. Chapter 8. While Hope Lives. Ishiro scanned the immediate area. Visibility was 0. Communications were down. All he could do was wait and hope for a miracle. The ship was stable, so the threat to the crew was minimal. The Japanese man left the control module and headed to the rehabilitation compartment. Ivan and Tom, strictly following the instructions, immediately after returning to the ship, took off their suits and put them in the disposal unit, and lay down in special baths. These baths were somewhat reminiscent of horizontal solariums, only hermetically sealed. They were fed with a healing liquid that restored the body and reduced the harmful effects of radiation exposure. During this process, the cosmonauts were given a small dose of sleeping pills. There were 3 such baths. One of them remained empty. Ishiro looked at the captain, his face covered by a breathing mask. The eyebrows and muscles on the man's face twitched. Perhaps he was having a nightmare, dreaming of Rich. The Japanese man returned to the control module. An hour passed. A small amount of the stimulant entered the cosmonaut's blood. Tom opened his eyes, and in his thoughts flashed the exit to Mars. The first touch. The first jump. Soil samples, then the return. The approaching hurricane. Rich. The hatch closed, the ship shook. Sleep. The captain jumped out of the bathtub, dried himself with a towel, and put on his usual overalls. Ivan stood up after him. "Let's go." Tom nodded to him. As they entered the control compartment, the Japanese man was switching between camera feeds, alternately displaying different angles around the ship on the main monitor. Not a single camera sees him, and the sensors don't find him either. Without waiting for the question, Ishiro spoke first. The captain seemed to ignore these words. "When did the hurricane end?" "About 10 minutes ago, the wind speed dropped to 30 meters per second. "I'm going back there," Tom muttered, and headed for the exit. "Captain, there's no help for him anymore. No one would have survived in this hell," were Ivan's first words after returning. "Go to hell. I'm going out." Tom seemed to have just realized the full horror of what had happened. No, he couldn't leave him there. He was the captain. He had to stay and help him, and now he had to find him, alive or dead. Tom seemed to wake up from a dream, but awakening was more terrible than any nightmare. Yes, he had left him, alone, to die on an alien planet. Ivan grabbed the commander by the hand and pulled him sharply. "Captain, stop. Too much radiation." Tom pushed his partner away with force. Ivan fell into the chair. At that moment, Ishiro's hands grabbed the American and squeezed him hard around the neck. Tom hit him with his elbow and hit the Japanese in the stomach. The grip weakened. The captain rushed into the cargo hold. Ivan followed him, but Ishiro stopped him. "I'll block the exit. He won't be able to open it from the compartment." Ivan nodded. Ishiro went to the control panel. The Russian switched the main monitor to the image from the camera of the transport compartment, where the captain was rushing about. First, he got into his Marsbot, but the tanks with protective liquid were empty. He began to fill the Marsbot with liquid. Then he realized that the batteries were less than half charged, and there would hardly be enough energy for the search. The captain kicked the Marsbot hard, sat down and clasped his head in his hands. He was broken, depressed. All the psychological tests and trainings went to hell. He could not control himself, and he could not forgive himself. Ishiro blocked the exit and turned to Ivan. "I'll go outside alone. You two have received a fair dose of radiation. A bath will help you recover in about 12 hours. Right now, you and Tom need rest, a regimen, and medication. If we go outside again at that time, we may not make it to Earth. The batteries are discharged. There is not enough charge. There is a second set of batteries for the rover. I will go on it, slowly, but there are no other options. You need to put the Marsbots on charge. Let's go." They entered the cargo bay. Tom sat with his head down, looking at his feet. Ishiro, meanwhile, removed the old batteries, opened one of the equipment boxes, found new ones, and hooked them up. Ivan sat down next to the captain. "Tom, Ishiro will go. He will find him. Don't blame yourself. There was no chance. I heard him say that the electric boosters failed. He wouldn't have made it before the storm started, and the two of you wouldn't have made it. He fell. I told him to hurry, and he fell," the captain muttered, incoherently. His memories were interrupted by Ishiro's calm voice. "I'm ready. Go to the control module, isolate the compartment from the ship, and open the hatch." Tom raised his head and looked at his colleagues. His mind cleared. "I put the crew in danger. I behaved inappropriately. I lost control of the situation. I did not act according to instructions. Stop. Pull yourself together. Complete the task." Tom nodded to Ishiro, stood up, looked back at Ivan, and left the compartment. Vorobyov followed him. Ishiro climbed into the rover, put on his helmet, fastened his belt, and closed the hatch. There were clicks at the door leading to the corridor and a slight hum. This was Ivan sealing the ship, isolating the cargo compartment. A few seconds later, Ishiro heard a voice in the speakers. "Ishiro, come in. Ready?" "No." Ishiro pressed the display and gave the command to fill the cabin with liquid. Ivan watched him on the screen. After a while, Ishiro replied, "Ready, open the hatch." The gates leading to Mars opened. Ishiro lowered the rover to the ground a little hesitantly, and his voice was immediately heard. "I've mapped Tom's last location before the hurricane. The program also has wind direction. Send this data to me on the rover." Tom was watching the videos before the hurricane. Here the camera recorded the rover with Ivan. Here Rich jumped and suddenly fell, somersaulted, hit the surface but got up. Tom saw himself. He was standing next to Rich. Another moment. And his Marsbot jumped and Rich was left alone. The Englishman was shooting harpoons into the ground and tying ropes to the spacesuit. Rich tried to save himself. Look. He wanted to make a lot of anchors and try to hold on. He said he had an idea, said the captain, calling Ivan. The Russian had just finished transmitting the data and was carefully examining the image on the monitor. The picture was blurry, apparently distorted by interference from the hurricane. Then a continuous ripple appeared. The hurricane lasted more than an hour. It could have carried him far. Vorobyov did not have time to finish. He was interrupted by a voice from the Mission Control Center. "Everest, over. This is Earth. Report the situation." Tom sat down in his seat and pressed a button on the display. "This is Captain Tom Smith. We have reached the surface of Mars. There are casualties. Flight engineer Richard Cook Jr. is missing." Chapter 9. Earthly Condolences. The Mars Expedition Monitoring Centers were buzzing like a hive of angry wasps. Captain Tom's words about the disappearance of one of the crew members caused shock in Moscow, London, Houston, and Tokyo. All four centers agreed among themselves not to give any comments to the press about this incident for now, and there was no doubt that this news would soon be on the websites. The centers probably had employees bought by major media outlets to get the most up-to-date information.
The news about the emergency with the expedition was immediately reported to Lev Nikolaevich. An Englishman died? How did it happen? The president responded with excitement. The secretary relayed Tom Smith's brief account word for word. Meanwhile, an international commission of representatives from the centers was deciding whether to continue the expedition according to the original plans. Connect me with the Prime Minister of Great Britain, Lev Nikolaevich. Sat down in front of the monitor. Mrs. Serena McGiddy on the line, Mr. President. The secretary reported a few minutes later. Lev pressed the communication button. Hello, Madam Prime Minister. Please accept my condolences. We are all saddened by the loss of Mr. Cook. Thank you for your call, Mr. President. Although we all understood that this expedition was very dangerous, we still do not believe that this happened. Lev Nikolaevich looked at the leader of Great Britain. She was a thin woman, already over 50, but very good-looking. In political circles, she was nicknamed Lady Compromise. All of Britain's policies under her rule were based on the desire to avoid conflicts. Many Englishmen reproached her for the country no longer sticking to its guns and defending its interests too weakly. But the conservative majority supported Mrs. McGiddy. All the guys who went on the expedition are real heroes. Their names will go down in the history of world cosmonautics. Once again, I offer my condolences. Thank you. The communication session ended. The news of the cosmonaut's death disrupted the president's schedule. Half an hour ago, he was planning to fly to Irkutsk, sleep on the plane, and begin an off-site meeting with the heads of Siberian districts in the morning. The president left his office and headed for the elevator. Once inside, he pressed the lowest button without numbers. When the elevator opened, the man saw a gray concrete corridor leading to a small train. 2 presidential advisors were already waiting in the soft carriage.
Lev Nikolaevich? Is everything okay? Did something happen?
Asked Alexander Chernov, an advisor on information technology. The Russian president had a great passion for automation and robotics. Whenever he had another idea, he would call and consult with Alexander about whether it was realistic to implement it. Chernov himself regularly proposed a number of initiatives, many of which were implemented over time. Robots increasingly surrounded people. Robot drivers were included in many cars, just like internet access or airbags. Robot teachers lectured in schools and universities. Robot nurses took blood samples from patients in clinics and immediately transmitted the blood composition data to the doctor's computer. Robot border guards patrolled remote border areas from the sky.
The country's demographic crisis forced the authorities to think about how to get by without people.
The second of those waiting for the president was the strategic advisor Anatoly Stepanovich Spitsin. Coming from a simple family, a philosopher, academician, political scientist, economist, and a very erudite person, despite his advanced years, he was essentially the right hand of the Russian president.
Excuse me, gentlemen, but one piece of news has forced me to delay our trip. There was an emergency on Mars. One of the astronauts died.
Ours? Alexander asked cautiously, putting down his glass of tea.
No, an Englishman. They were caught in a storm and are now looking for his body.
Will the expedition continue as planned? Anatoly Stepanovich asked.
Yes, it's a misfortune, of course, but the project can continue with 3 participants. I hope that future generations will appreciate this crazy spending,
Spitsin said with a sigh. Alexander smiled and retorted to his colleague. At one time, investments in rail transport or aviation also seemed like crazy expenses. What would we do without them now? Lev Nikolaevich looked at his advisors. For these posts, he specially chose people of different generations and views. Often in the disputes of a young, ambitious maximalist and a conservative, calculating, wise pragmatist, the very truth was born that helped make the right decisions. I want to increase spending on science and research next year. Perhaps, this year, I will distribute grants for special projects. Do you have any options in mind? Alexander was the first to react. I looked at a project by a scientist from Novosibirsk, a very interesting idea about biochips. They didn't let him through at the academy. Anatoly Stepanovich joined the discussion. I think I understand who you are talking about. Kimovich, no, Kimkovich. Kaimovich, Chernov clarified. Yes, I've heard about him. He's a smart guy, of course. But it seems like he's not quite all there in the last few years. If he had his way, he'd make an island of Dr. Moreau in his Novosibirsk. Spitzin responded skeptically. What is his idea? The president asked in interest. I'll send it to you on the sheet now. Alexander took a small rectangular object from the table, as thick as paper, only much harder. It was the latest model of the Sheet 3 Personal Interactive Sensory Board. The device replaced people's computers, televisions, photo and video cameras, and was a means of work and entertainment. Naturally, with internet access and the ability to exchange data directly between sheets without access to the World Wide Web. The train started moving. Lev Nikolaevich took the same device out of his pocket, only bent several times. The leaf immediately regained its shape. The marks at the folds smoothed out elastically. The Personal Interactive Sensory Scoreboard was developed by Russian scientists and successfully competed with American and Asian analogs. The idea to direct state investment into the production of leafs belonged, among others, to Alexander. The invention was based on developments in the study of electronic paper and microprocessor technology. With his invention, gadgets stepped onto a new level of development. Meanwhile, the president and his advisors were traveling on a special secret metro line toward a small government airport in the Moscow region. This metro was intended only for the movement of the country's top officials and connected the Moscow government bomb shelter, the airport, and several helicopter pads. The president began to study the documents, diagrams, and graphs that Alexander had sent him. When the train stopped, Lev Nikolaevich had just finished reading the project on biomicrochips that Albert Borisovich Kaimovich presented. An interesting idea. Radical, but interesting. Have you read it, Anatoly Stepanovich?
I read it. I think he's crazy. He suggests implanting his chips in everyone's maternity hospitals. People will put us on pitchforks for such reforms. In the end, it will turn against us.
We won't implement it in maternity hospitals, but it's possible for particularly serious criminals for subsequent monitoring. And these things can be useful in medicine. After the meetings in Irkutsk, I want to organize a meeting of scientists in Moscow. Scientists like this one, whose ideas the Academy doesn't accept. Let them present their most insane projects. There is a sense of stagnation and corruption in the Academy. This issue needs to be resolved. Stop channeling all resources into science through it. The doors opened. The president, his guards, and assistants left the carriage and went to the elevator. They went up and found themselves inside a building disguised as an administrative structure. An airplane was waiting for them outside. Everything was ready for the flight to Irkutsk. Chapter 10. People of Ha. The workday was ending. The lab staff began to prepare to go home. Andrei, Masha, and Yosya tried to quickly complete their current tasks in order to return to the experiment with the rats. Yosef analyzed the data from a recent experiment on crossing viruses. In doing so, he killed 2 birds with 1 stone. He fulfilled his direct duties at work and collected material that he planned to use for the next publication in a scientific journal. Away from his homeland, science took up almost all of his time. Yosya was a tall, lanky, not very well-built young man, with a slightly elongated, thin face, a long neck, and short black curly hair. He always spoke quietly, as if afraid that random people would overhear him. He was an intelligent, well-mannered, educated young man, but at the same time with clear convictions and goals in life. He almost never entered into arguments, but it was impossible to convince him otherwise. He was a quiet one, with a mind of his own. At this time, Masha was finishing her monthly report to send to the academy. Albert Borisovich assigned the girl most of the routine work, with documents and other formalities, which he himself quietly hated. Masha performed her duties well, but still took great interest in practical experiments. Although she was a natural blonde with blue eyes and plump lips, this cute head hid a mind whose potential had not yet been revealed. In appearance, she seemed simple, light hair, usually pulled back into a ponytail or two pigtails, a pretty face with a minimum of makeup, a naive look, a blush that flared up on her cheeks every time she was excited or very surprised, a beautiful figure that was not even spoiled by a lab technician's coat. But at the same time, she had an excellent memory, an inquisitive mind, and the logic of a scientist. These qualities allowed her to generalize and record the ideas put forward by the professor and male colleagues. Andrei had already finished his work half an hour ago and was sitting at the monitor, often glancing at Masha. He would not have minded starting an office romance with her, but the girl stopped all attempts to get closer. Andrei was an outwardly ordinary guy. Light brown hair, a straight forehead, brown eyes, a height of almost 6 feet, and a thin build. He hardly played sports, always walked slightly hunched over. But at the same time, energy and inner confidence were felt in his every movement. He was ambitious and did not hide the fact that he was striving to make a brilliant career as a scientist. But Andrei understood that he still had a lot to learn. So he set about the work that the professor assigned him with great zeal. The clock showed exactly 6. An elderly cleaning lady appeared on the threshold, who came in the evening and cleaned up after the lab emptied.
Everyone called the cleaning lady Baba Dasha. She had worked there for more than 10 years, knew many of the employees, and loved to chat. She talked about her children, complained about her son-in-law, a parasite and a drunkard, and about a neighbor with a huge dog who walked it without a muzzle. She talked about how she wrote a complaint about him to the police station, but they did not look into it because the local police officer did not want to work. But the previous local police officer was better, but she also used to constantly complain about him to all her friends. Baba Dasha remembered Albert Borisovich when he was not yet the head of the laboratory. She was very grateful to Kamovich for not firing her when the boom of robot cleaners began, and most of the cleaning ladies like Baba Dasha lost their jobs. Albert Borisovich did not trust robots very much, preferring manual labor. The scientists and lab assistants slowly began to disperse. Some of them gathered in 2s and 3s, stood in groups and whispered, periodically casting curious glances at Albert Borisovich and his favorites. There was something in the air. Professor Kaimovich sensed this something and felt a threat to his power in the laboratory. He had several external enemies in the academy. It seemed that an internal rival had appeared as well. It was Sergei Vasilyevich Pritko, who had recently been given the title of professor and was actively gaining weight in the highest scientific circles. The bigwigs from the academy saw in him a good candidate to replace the obstinate Kaimovich and promised all sorts of protection. Albert Borisovich had recently become even more suspicious than usual. It was becoming increasingly dangerous to conduct his own experiments in the laboratory. So he bought a country house on the outskirts, fenced the area with a high fence, and began to transport written-off equipment there. But even his associates did not know about this.
This place was the abode of the scientist's main works. There was practically no one left in the laboratory, only Kamovich, his people Ha, and that same Sergei Vasilyevich. He collected his briefcase, but before leaving he stopped, looked back in the direction of the professor, and headed towards him. Albert Borisovich, can I have a This irritated Kamovich. He turned his head sharply and glared at his competitor for the laboratory. I'm listening to you. Today I received a letter from the Academy. They are not very happy with the results of our last experiment. They complain that the experiments were too expensive, and they were not satisfied with the result. And why did they send this letter to you? In my opinion, I am the head of the laboratory, and I answer to the Academy.
This is not an official decision yet, just the opinion of some members of the Academy.
Pritko's excitement reached an extreme level. He was afraid of Albert Borisovich, and without the Academy's admonitions, he would never have dared to compete with him.
Opinions vary. Please tell these members with whom you communicate so closely that they can send me all their thoughts and opinions in the form of official statements. The experiment is not over yet, so there is no need to panic.
Sergei Vasilievich didn't answer, nodded his head, said, "All the best," before leaving and went home. Albert Borisovich realized that they were digging deep under him and would soon bring charges of embezzlement. He drank a few sips of strong black tea and, commanding his colleagues to follow him, headed for the closed door of their secret office. Opening the door, he entered and without wasting time headed for the large container where the rats Gosha and Graf were sitting.
The scientist removed the dark fabric from their habitat and bit his lower lip a little in frustration. The rat Gosha, infected with a new mutant rabies tuberculosis virus, was dead. The second one was running around its half of the cage as if nothing had happened. "Andrei, scan the objects." With these words, Kaimovich walked away from the cage and sat down on a chair. Andrei took the scanner and took readings from both rats. Gosha died 2 hours and 31 minutes ago. The count is absolutely healthy. There was no airborne infection from the carrier. "Maybe the incubation period isn't over yet?" Mashenka asked excitedly. "It's about time. The mutant shows itself faster." "Okay, dispose of Gosha. Transfer count to a solitary cage. That's all for today. We'll sleep with this result. Whoever has fresh thoughts in the morning, share." With these words, the professor left the office, got ready and left the laboratory. Andrei, Yosef, and Masha were surprised by the boss's behavior. They were already prepared to debrief and brainstorm until late in the evening. "He has problems," Yosef began first. "Whose?" Masha asked. "At the boss's, silly," Andrei said, hugging her around the waist. Masha pushed his hand away. "Take your hands off me, smart guy, and tell me what you know properly. Because with these reports, I can't see what's going on around me." "I spoke with my parents," Yosef continued. "They have a couple of acquaintances at the Academy. There is information that the boss may be removed. And this bastard Pritko is always digging under him." Andrei angrily hit his palm with his fist. "If he gets fired, we'll all be left looking like fools. You can't make porridge with this Pritko." "Let's help him," suggested Masha. "That's what we do. We are his closest assistants," Yosef said with a hint of pride. "He doesn't even have a wife," the girl whispered very sadly. Albert Borisovich really lived alone. He had never been married and could boast of very few romances. It so happened that all his time was taken up by work, and he had not met a woman who was also devoted to his ideas and ready to tolerate all his quirks. So he came home, walked his boxer dog named Dodge, worked in the office in the evening, and went to bed. Recently, with the advent of a country laboratory, he began to spend more time there. Dodge ran around the site without a leash, and the owner sat at the table among test tubes, apparatus, and experimental animals. "I don't have a wife either, Mashenka. Maybe you'll feel sorry for me?" Andrei made another attempt to hug her. "So, we talked about this, buddy. We're just colleagues." Yosef stood alone against the wall, clearly feeling out of place there. "Okay, I'll go," he finally said. "Let's all go together now." Masha left the office and sat down at her desk. Andrei followed. Yosef locked the door and immediately went outside. A minute later, Masha came out, and Andrei followed her. He took out a pack of cigarettes and lit up. The three friends stood on the porch for a few more minutes. Andrei lived on one side of the city and Yosha and Masha on the other. After saying goodbye, they headed towards the metro station. Andrei threw the cigarette butt into the trash can and went to the car. Chapter 11: Country Laboratory. Returning home, Albert Borisovich took the dog and went to the dacha, as he called the country laboratory. It was a village on the outskirts of the city, behind which there was a field and a forest, an excellent secluded place where wealthy pensioners or people with money, tired of the bustle of the city, lived. Having parked on his lot in front of a one-story cottage, the professor closed the gate, let the dog out of the car, and entered the password to enter the house. The door opened. The light in the hallway came on.
To the right of the entrance was a large kitchen where only a refrigerator, a dining table, and 2 chairs stood for now.
Behind the kitchen was a bathroom, and after it, a room from which squeaks, rustles, and fuss could be heard. Rats, rabbits, and other small experimental animals lived in it. Opposite was another room, which served as Albert Borisovich's bedroom. True, its furnishings consisted of 1 bed and a closet, since Kaimovich rarely spent the night here. Next to the professor's room was a spacious living room, which the owner used as a study for experiments. Here were test tubes, a centrifuge, reagents, and along the wall were several refrigeration units where virus samples were stored. Another room was a small room to the left of the front door, where Albert Borisovich set up a storage room. There was also a camouflaged hatch in it that led to a huge basement located under the cottage.
It was October.
Winter had come early this year, but there had been no severe frosts yet. Dodge was jumping in the snow, letting out the energy he had accumulated during the day. Kaimovich went outside and fed the dog. After looking around, he quickly returned to the house and went into the pantry. Albert Borisovich pressed a secret button and opened the hatch. The stairs began right below. Before going down, the professor locked the doors with a bolt. The area and the territory behind the fence were monitored by cameras that he had installed under the roof. The surveillance system transmitted information to a monitor in the basement. The professor went down the stairs, carefully carrying a small box in his hands. All the while, the professor had been busy arranging the basement, spending all his spare money on it. The basement was equipped no worse than the scientific center where he worked.
Kaimovich considered the main pearl of his technical arsenal to be a device that allowed him to crossbreed viruses and create mutants, as well as vaccines. Some of the equipment had been written off from the laboratory, and these were almost new devices that had been purchased with a reserve and written off, even without being unpacked. In the event of a major good check, it would have been possible to find many reasons for firing the professor. But he could not give up science, so he ensured himself by making this underground center. Albert Borisovich looked at the monitor. The cameras showed that everything was fine. Only Dodge was running around the area, scaring the insolent crows. The professor put the device he had brought on the table. The equipment was still in its factory packaging. Today, the process of creating a new strain of the flu virus was supposed to be completed. This mutant took from malaria the ability to be transmitted through a mosquito bite, and from hepatitis A, the ability to infect through unboiled water. In addition, all the pluses of the flu remained: infection by airborne droplets and a relatively short incubation period. The data on the computer showed that the experiment had been successful. The new virus was alive, active, and trying to reproduce. Now, experiments were needed to test its capabilities. Putting on a respirator for safety, the professor launched the virus extraction program. The device pumped it into test tubes and hermetically sealed them. Albert Borisovich opened the lid and took out 3 test tubes, 2 of which he put into a refrigeration unit, and 1 he placed in another device. He connected this device to an aquarium. The rat Gosha, who died in the laboratory, spent his last days in exactly the same aquarium. Having attached a tube from the device to a valve in the aquarium and making sure that everything was hermetically sealed, the man climbed the stairs and entered the room with the animals. The menagerie, seeing the owner, joyfully came to life. The rats stood on their hind legs and rested their front paws against the bars. The rabbits excitedly moved their large noses. Two monkeys jumped up and down and began to hit the cage with a bowl. In the corner stood a large aquarium in which crucian carp swam, the most unpretentious fish. There was also a cage with sparrows nearby. It was necessary to check all possible carriers of the virus, including insects. But Albert Borasevich did not have the desire or the opportunity to keep flies and mosquitoes in this house. It was time for dinner. He changed the water in all the cages and poured out food. Rats, monkeys, hamsters, rabbits, fish, all began to eat together. For some, it could be their last. If desired, the entire process of feeding the animals could be automated. But since the professor went to the dacha every day, there was no need for automation. And it was expensive. After everyone had eaten, the man slowly cleaned the cages, then took one rat and went to the basement. The rodent squeaked quietly and tried to break free, but the man's fist held it tightly. Last week, Albert Borasevich sewed chips into a new litter of rats, during which time they had just taken root in the animals' bodies. The professor pointed the scanner at the scruff of the animal's neck, and the readings appeared on the screen. The rat's nickname was Chuck. The chip worked properly. All the readings were normal. The professor placed the rodent in a sealed box, which he had taken out in advance. The rat sat motionless, sniffing the air with its nose. It clearly felt uncomfortable, being separated from its native flock. Everything was ready. The device with the virus sprayer was connected hermetically. The device started working. The rat looked fearfully at the part of the cage from which the air was blowing. He looked through the glass at the silhouette of a man, but after a few minutes, he was enveloped in darkness. Albert Borasevich turned off the device, covered the aquarium with opaque fabric, and put it on one of the shelves in the basement. Sighing, the professor glanced around his personal laboratory. Kaimovich took off his glasses and rubbed his eyes tiredly. Even if he was fired, which Albert Borasevich was of course very afraid of, he would have something to do. In addition, his hands would be free to receive foreign grants. He had saved up some money for the first time, so everything was under control. The man climbed the stairs into the house. Dodge was whining at the door. The dog was clearly starting to freeze. Having tapped his fingers on the cages with the animals, Albert Borasevich went outside. The dog was jumping up and down with a joyful bark, almost tearing his owner's clothes with his claws. They headed to the car. Having seated the dog on the mat on the back seat, Kaimovich went to open the gate. It was already late evening outside. He was also planning to come here tomorrow to see the results of another experiment. The gate closed, and the noise of a car driving away was heard. At this time, the rat Chuck was lying on the floor of his glass cage. It was his first night alone. He was surrounded by darkness and silence. The animal closed his eyes, feeling himself starting to shiver. Chapter 12. The Last Day on Mars. Ishiro was moving on the rover, slowly approaching the coordinates where Rich's signal had been last recorded. A few minutes later, the pilot reached his destination and began to inspect the surface. The hurricane had swept away the Englishman along with all his tracks, but the Japanese had managed to find something. A harpoon was sticking out of the ground, almost completely covered in dust. One of the cables had given way, but the other harpoons were nowhere to be seen, having been torn out by the roots. Ishiro transmitted the image from the camera to the ship's central monitor. The radio signal gave no hope of finding Rich's Mars robot nearby. Ishiro followed the direction of the hurricane's movement. Driving around the uneven surfaces, he peered along the way at every stone, at every object that even remotely resembled his friend's spacesuit. Ivan and Tom on the ship were watching the images from the rover's cameras. Ishiro repeated every 10 seconds in all communication modes, "Rich, answer.
Rich, over. The Mars robots were equipped with bright special light signals for emergency situations. Ishiro hoped that he would soon see a multicolored flashing light behind another rock. But around him was a monotonous, cold Martian landscape. Rich, come in. Silence in response. There were no parts of the Marsbot, no tracks, nothing. An endless plain stretched ahead. Majestic Olympus towered on the horizon. Rich, welcome. Rich, welcome. Ishiro, come back. The captain's muffled voice sounded through the rover's speakers. The last chance to find Cook Jr. alive had failed. The mission to Mars was over, and tomorrow they had to leave the planet quickly, so they could return to Earth, healthy. Ishiro turned the rover around and headed back to the ship. Another night had arrived. In space, this concept was quite conditional. A certain number of hours had simply passed since the moment of awakening, and then it was time to go to bed. Before going to bed, Ishiro gave everyone injections to remove radiation from the body and strengthen the immune system. Tomorrow there was another spacewalk, to take samples from the apparatus installed by Ivan. After that, the ship was supposed to leave the Red Planet. Everyone lay silently in their cabins. No one wanted to talk. And the main talker was missing. People knew what they were going to and what they were risking. Anyone or even all at once could die, but they did not want to believe in the worst, and did not want to understand that it had already happened. But this was their job. The task was not yet completed. Tomorrow everyone had another hard day ahead. The already painfully familiar melody of the ship's alarm clock woke the crew up. Ishiro was the first to get up and immediately headed to the control compartment. After checking that everything was fine and that no emergency situations had occurred during the night, he went to prepare the Marsbots for departure.
Ivan and Tom did their morning hygiene. After that, the crew had a quick breakfast. Then the captain transmitted a signal to Earth that the night had passed without incident, and the team was starting the second stage of work. After reporting to the Mission Control Center, he addressed his colleagues. Today we need to take samples, do what Rich did yesterday. And the flags. We'll set them up far from the ship so they don't get swept away during takeoff. That's my job. Ivan, you'll take the soil samples the drilling rig took with the rover. By the way, Ishiro, how is she?
I checked. Everything is fine. It reached the specified depth 4 hours ago. Samples have been taken and are waiting for us.
Okay. Ivan will take 2 autonomous robots on board. They will have to roam the planet after our departure. Ishiro, your task is to establish communication with them and set them a route.
I checked them too. The solar panels are active. They shouldn't fail.
Captain?
Yes, Ivan. I suggest that after completing this sortie, we fly Everest in this area. The Russians circled the area far from the ship on the monitor. Rich could be here. We need to find his body. We won't get that far on Marsbots. Yes, I understand. What do you say, Ishiro? I thought about it, but if we fly too low, we'll raise dust and visibility will be zero. We won't see him from the cameras, and the engines will create powerful interference. Even if the transmitter on the Mars robot works, we won't hear it. We need to rise at least a couple of kilometers, but I'm not sure we'll notice Rich from that height. It's still worth a try, Vorobyov insisted. Ishiro nodded. Okay. Let's get to work. We're heading to the transport bay. We'll let you know when we're ready. The captain rose from his seat and stepped toward the exit. Having checked the condition of the apparatus, the cosmonauts donned special clothing and climbed into the cabins.
As soon as they were filled with liquid, the captain gave the command to Ishiro over the intercom.
Open up. The hatch opened. Ivan was the first to leave, just like yesterday. Today, he decided to take a different route. This route was a little longer, but the terrain allowed him to move more calmly. Turning his head, the Russian noticed how the captain made the first jumps and overtook him. 2 ropes from the anchors were trailing behind Tom. On board the rover were several small autonomous robots which, according to the expedition's plans, were supposed to remain on Mars to study the planet. Having traveled half the way to the drilling rig, Ivan released the first robot. A small device similar to an ATV, only half as big, descended from the rover. Several solar batteries were supposed to ensure its uninterrupted operation. This robot was essentially a mobile radar and was supposed to become a beacon for the safe landing of future expeditions.
The device began to move, moving away from the rover.
Everything is fine. The connection is established. I am controlling it. I am transmitting a signal to Earth. Ishiro confirmed that the ship seized the robot. When the Japanese fell silent, Ivan moved on. The captain was moving away very quickly. He had to work for 2 today, take yesterday's soil samples for Rich, and go down into a wide, long ravine, similar to a riverbed, which was located several kilometers from the ship. Meanwhile, Ivan reached the place where he had left the drill yesterday. The rig had tilted slightly after the hurricane and was half covered with soil, but its grips held tightly to the surface. The man brought the rover close to the drill and activated the manipulator arm. Vorobyov retrieved a container with soil samples from the depths of Mars, after which he contacted Tom. "Captain, do you read? I've collected the samples. Got it, I'm approaching the riverbed. I'll take samples and go back."
Ishiro, am I releasing the second robot?
"Yes, go ahead. There is contact. Do you see it?" "The connection is unstable. There's some kind of interference again." The Japanese man's words were interrupted by a wheezing sound in the speakers. Ivan watched the robot's movements. The device began to move. The solar batteries opened, then folded again. "That's it. Now he's under my control," Ishiro confirmed. The second robot set off to explore the red planet. There was still a third one left on Everest. It was planned to launch it from the ship to Phobos, a satellite of Mars. Ivan followed Tom. "You never know what could happen again. I need to be closer to the captain," Vorobyov decided. Alas, the marsobots turned out to be not as reliable as expected, and Rich's death was a sad confirmation of this. Meanwhile, the captain descended into the ravine and took soil samples from a depth of 2 meters.
Then, having made several powerful jumps, he climbed out onto the plane and headed towards the ship.
Having chosen a convenient flat surface, the American unfastened several cylindrical tubes from the Mars rover. Taking one of them, he pressed the button. It was a telescopic flag from which first one and then the second cylinder with a rolled-up canvas extended. The captain placed the pole on the ground and pressed the second button. The pneumatic harpoon worked. It pierced the soil and securely fastened the banner to the surface. Having thus installed all 4 flags, the captain began to take samples of the surface soil. Having finished with this, he made the first jump towards the ship. The silhouette of the Mars rover appeared ahead. "Ivan, Tom!" Ishiro's voice was excited again. "Yes?" they answered simultaneously. "Something is happening. Some kind of change in the magnetic field. Interference." The connection began to disappear. Fear ran across the cosmonauts' faces. Another incident during their exit. What was it this time? A hurricane? An earthquake? An eruption of Olympus? The highest mountain in the solar system, towered like a giant against the backdrop of their ship. Tom looked toward the volcano. Suddenly, a bright flash flashed, and a powerful explosion deafened the pilots. The captain fell. The hissing in the speakers became unbearable. He cut off the connection. A few minutes later, the American was able to get up. Blood was coming from his ears. His head was spinning. Ivan was also concussed. He did not respond to the signal from the ship. Tom gathered his strength and made several jumps, then switched to an awkward walk to get closer to the rover. "Tom! Ivan! Can you hear me?" Ishiro's voice was muffled and depressed, as if he was speaking with the last of his strength. He had also had his share of troubles on the ship. "Ivan! Answer! Over!" the captain croaked. "Yes, I'm fine. I think I lost consciousness for a while. The power went out. The emergency power came on. We need to get to the ship immediately. What was that? A meteorite. Ishiro gradually came to his senses. It felt like a small atomic bomb had exploded next to us. If it had been bigger, or we had landed closer to Olympus, we would have been hit much harder. Ivan picked up the rover's maximum speed. Taking his eyes off the road for a second, he saw a huge avalanche of rocks and dust descending from Olympus. The meteorite struck just above the base, breaking off part of the volcano's rock and falling with a wild roar, collecting new mass in its path. A giant stream rolled down the mountain, raising a huge column of dust. It was a fantastic sight, nothing like it had ever been seen on Earth. The avalanche began to descend from the middle of the volcano at an altitude of about 13 kilometers. It seemed that the entire mountain was about to collapse. Every day there's an adventure. It's good that we were knocked down when landing, not by a meteorite. Otherwise, an avalanche would have finished us off,
muttered Ishiro. Finally, the pilots boarded the ship, climbed out of their cockpits, took off their protective suits, and immersed themselves in baths of a healing, restorative solution. Soon, they would fly away from this damned planet, where every day was a disaster. For half a year, the crew had dreamed of reaching Mars, and now all three were thinking about only one thing: to get home soon. This was clearly not a planet where people could live and develop. At most, it was a transit base on the way to some new Earth, a new home for humanity. The third day on Mars began with the captain contacting Earth and reporting the current situation. The Mission Control Center wished for a successful takeoff and a speedy return to Earth. All soil and atmospheric samples were placed in the special compartment. The crew had completed their task.
Now all that was left was to find the Englishman's body. Everyone took their places in the control compartment. Ishiro calculated the maximum load on the vertical engines. They should be enough for 15 minutes of flight above the planet's surface. It is dangerous to use them longer. If the ship does not have time to gain altitude and leave orbit to turn on the horizontal engines, then we may remain here forever. Ishiro began to take off, starting vertical engines at 1%. A quiet hum and vibration could be heard beneath the ship. 3%. The engines were warming up. The ship was not moving yet. In order to lift it, it was necessary to gradually increase the power to 50%, 7%. The indicators are normal. I'm starting to accelerate. Ishiro immediately increased the power to 15%, and a few minutes later to 30%. The humming under the ship grew louder. The ship began to shake. All systems were working normally. Commencing takeoff, engines at 51%. People felt the ship slowly begin to rise. 55%. The monitors were pitch black because of the dust clouds. When the ship had reached a height from which it no longer raised dust, Ishiro adjusted the vertical thrusters to horizontal motion. The crew had calculated the flight path in advance. The Japanese had set the minimum speed so as not to miss Rich. Each was responsible for his own section of the field of view. The ship's floodlights were working at full power, but the illumination of the surface was still quite dim. In infrared and spectral mode, distinguishing a Mars robot from a rock at an altitude of several kilometers was even more problematic. For a moment, Ivan thought he saw a glint below, but a dust vortex blurred the picture. The others silently watched the monitors. Time was ticking. They needed to gain altitude. "Rest in peace, friend," Tom finally said, and looked at Ishiro, indicating that it was time to take off. The Japanese increased the engine power to 65%. The ship began to rise sharply. Finally, the Everest reached the required altitude. The horizontal thrust engines turned on. Ivan was still looking at the cameras, looking at the receding Mars. Suddenly, a bright flash in the atmosphere caught his attention.
Captain, look. What is this?
Everyone looked at the image. Several bright lights were moving away from Mars on the other side. It was not a comet, not a meteorite. An unknown spaceship took off from Mars after the Everest. All this time, Earthlings were not alone on the red planet. Perhaps aliens were watching people. Although who are the real aliens here? Perhaps those whom people see now are not flying to Mars for the first time. But Earthlings are just newcomers, strangers, aliens. Everyone immediately remembered the stories of pilots and cosmonauts who had seen UFOs, some of whom had committed suicide, and some had received important posts and never talked about it again. Ivan, Ishiro, and Tom had seen aliens for the first time, but all three of them could not have imagined it. These were clearly the lights of another ship, calmly flying along the correct takeoff trajectory. Then there was another flash, and the lights disappeared. Staring at this, the crew almost forgot about the last part of their mission, to release the apparatus to study Phobos. Tom and Ishiro went to the cargo bay to load the robot into the launch module. In a few minutes, everything was done. The men returned to the control cabin. The sensors showed how the device separated from the ship and headed towards Phobos. The connection with it was stable. The captain turned on the connection with Earth. Over. This is Captain Tom Smith. We have left Mars orbit and are on course for Earth. Phobos Discovery has been launched. No emergency situations have occurred. Over and out.
This is Earth speaking. Contact with Phobos Discovery has been established. We're guiding it to its target. See you on Earth, guys.
Mars was left behind, and ahead was the endless space and half a year of flight home. The ship was handed over to the autopilot. There was silence, which was usually broken by Rich. Chapter 13. Rather alive than dead. Penned his eyes. He saw darkness, looked closely, and realized that the cabin of the Marsbot was covered with dust. The man moved, but a sharp pain pierced his arm and leg. They were broken. The Englishman tried to lean on his healthy arm to get up, but it didn't work. The electronics were cut off. The backup power source was working, which supported only part of the Marsbot's functions. A quick death didn't happen. Now I'll have to die when the oxygen runs out, flashed through his mind. How long was I unconscious? Where is the ship? Where is the captain? I'm still alive. They must find me. Rich tried to start the main power supply. Nothing happened, but the front camera turned on. It also worked from the backup source. The man saw something like a stone to his right. The Englishman directed the hand of the Marsbot towards it, grabbed it, and pulled himself forward. The spacesuit assumed a sitting position. Ahead was a flat valley with small craters. The ship was not visible. Rich remembered about the light signal. This function worked. The Marsbot blinked with multicolored lights, attracting attention. The man felt sick and dizzy. It's probably the radiation. How many hours have I been in space? Richard checked the intercom. The speakers were silent. The radio did not work. He tried to get up, but fell on his side and fell again. The Englishman checked his oxygen level. He had a few hours left to breathe. Rich began to remember how it all happened. As soon as he released the last anchor, the first strong gust of wind hit. The Marsbot was pulled to the side. The pilot blocked the cable reels, and they stretched like strings. This was only the beginning. The next gust knocked the suit off its feet, and only the cables prevented it from rolling away. Then the man realized that he was breaking away from the surface. The wind was lifting him up. He could no longer see the ship. Sand, rocks, and dust bombarded his suit. The Mars robot hung in the air like a spider holding on to the surface with a few webs. Then Rich felt a tug. A new gust rolled in and hit with all its might. He realized that the tension in the cables had disappeared. The last anchor whistled past. The wind was carrying the man away from the ship. The spacesuit fell several times, rolled head over heels, then the wind picked it up again and carried it on. As luck would have it, there was not a single ledge along the way to grab onto, although it was unlikely to help. Finally, after another fall, the man lost consciousness and only now came to his senses. If there was less than half of the air left, then the ship should soon leave Mars.
But he would not live to see that time. The radiation would burn his organs earlier. The Englishman felt himself weakening, nausea rising in his throat, a slight tremor running through his body. He was freezing, and at the same time he felt hot. I'd like to drive an anchor through the armor into my head, but there's not a single one left, the guy sighed regretfully. Consciousness was slowly leaving him. Suddenly, the man heard some noise nearby. His pupils narrowed, a bright light hit his face. Here is the other world, or have they found me after all? This was the last thing that flashed through his mind. Rich lost consciousness. Chapter 14. Conference. Lev Nikolaevich was in an excellent mood. Lately, everything had been going according to plan. Apparently, a good streak had arrived. The economy was developing. Public opinion polls showed complete agreement of the population with the president's line. Even the meeting in Irkutsk, where he tore to pieces the work of several governors, left pleasant memories.
At the meeting with the Chinese leader, they came to an agreement on the division of Mongolia. True, they had to give in to the Americans on the Algerian issue and join the operation to overthrow Omar, but all the same, it was a profitable deal for Russia. In a few hours, a conference of scientists with non-standard projects was to begin. Albert Borisovich stood in the foyer and was a little nervous. When he received an invitation to the conference by email, he thought it was a joke from one of his colleagues. After checking the information and making sure that everything was serious, he was delighted. Finally, there were smart heads in the government. In addition, having read in the conference regulations that presidential grants would be awarded for the best projects, he put aside the work he had planned for the day and began preparing a report for the conference.
By involving Andrei, Masha, and Yosya in this matter, Kaimovich caused another wave of gossip and talk in the team. The news about the Presidential Fund for Alternative Projects and the upcoming event had been circulating in scientific circles for several days, but Albert Borisovich was so absorbed in his work that if it had not been for the personal invitation, he might never have found out about the conference. Andrei, please collect information about our tests from the initial stages of the experiment. Select from it everything that concerns the technical characteristics of the hardware, our and Japanese developments on chips, successful and unsuccessful experiments, experiments on various animals, Western practice, and so on. Andrei nodded and went to the electronic archive. Only he, Iosif, and the professor himself had the codes to the files about this experiment.
Meanwhile, Albert Borisovich instructed Yosa to structure the information about the biotechnical features of the implantation. He gave Masha a simpler task: to book him a plane, a hotel, fill out and send to the organizing committee all the forms with the data that were necessary for participation, and maintain contact with the organizing committee. The professor left the most creative and very important part of the report for himself, to describe to the committee where, how, and how profitable it would be to use his biochip developments. People of Ha worked hard. Albert Borisovich flew to Moscow and mentally repeated his presentation, standing in the foyer and waiting for the conference to begin. Classical music was playing. Waiters were walking around with drinks and light snacks. Along the wall, on cozy sofa sat scientists of all kinds and fields, from laboratory directors to provincial kulabins from all over the country. Albert Borisovich knew many of those present, but he had good relations with few of them, so he stood alone near the window, occasionally nodding his head to those who came in again. Finally, the participants were invited into the conference hall. The conference auditorium resembled an amphitheater, with large comfortable chairs arranged in several tiers. At the very bottom was a separate box for several people. Each person had an invitation with a chair number, and the professor found his seat without difficulty. It was the third row, right in the middle. A total of 30 scientists were invited to give reports. Albert Borisovich spoke 10th, closing the first group before the coffee break. Finally, Lev Nikolaevich appeared with his retinue. Even before the president said his first words, the audience rewarded him with applause. And after his phrases about the economy and society needing new breakthrough achievements in science, and the state does not intend to spare money for this, the audience burst into applause. The first to come forward was a scientist from Chelyabinsk, with a project to improve a nuclear installation for small towns. The Academy did not accept it because the project was too expensive, but the Commission, judging by their reaction, liked the idea. The speakers took turns, offering projects ranging from the most fantastic to date to quite practical ones. When it was Albert Borisovich's turn, the presenter introduced the professor to the committee and named the topic of the report. Albert Borisovich spoke calmly, confidently, perhaps a little louder than usual. He devoted most of his time not so much to technical nuances as to the usefulness of the development. After finishing his report and showing all the graphic and video applications, he fell silent and looked at the commission, expecting questions. It was clear that the officials were talking animatedly about something. The first question was asked by the presidential aide, Alexander Chernov. Albert Borisovich, you mentioned that the West is also actively developing biochips of this level. Are there already serial samples or official practical application? According to my information, no. Then after a short pause, the professor added, but I think it's not far off. Alexander continued. What is the current cost price of one chip developed by you? Taking into account all costs, about $300 per unit. And how much can it be reduced if we are talking about industrial production? According to my calculations, at least 10 to 15 times. The advisor looked at the president. They discussed something. The Minister of Science sat silently, looking into Lev Nikolaevich's eyes, but apparently he had no smart thoughts on this report. The advisor on strategic issues, Anatoly Stepanovich, whispered something in the president's ear, after which he asked, Albert Borisovich, in what time frame, in your opinion, can we realistically set up industrial production of these chips? This question from the president was more valuable than the grant amount. The professor realized that he could count on very serious support from the authorities. This question is not really for me, but with the appropriate support, the scientist paused for a moment. A lot of work has already been done. There are test samples. It is also necessary to conduct anthropogenic tests. I think that within a year, the chips can already be mass-produced. The president nodded and made a note on his sheet. The presenter thanked the professor for his report and announced a break. In the foyer, meanwhile, waiters offered coffee, hot sandwiches, snacks, and soft drinks. Albert Borisovich felt like a student after an exam who had written a paper and did not yet know the grade. Hungry, he happily had a snack and drank 2 cups of strong coffee. 20 minutes later, the administrator called everyone back. Listening to the speakers, the professor realized that all the work selected for the conference could be divided into 3 categories: military, economic, and socio-biological. A scientist from Khabarovsk was speaking at the time, presenting a new agricultural crop. It was something between potatoes and corn. The speaker talked about the enormous yield, resistance to diseases, and harsh climatic conditions. Listening to the presentation, Albert Borisovich thought to himself, "This is certainly a useful thing. There are more and more people on the planet. There isn't even enough sausage, made from chemicals, and meat grown on steroids for everyone, not to mention normal food." After the last scientist's report, all participants were invited to dinner in a large hall with tables set. The grant recipients were to be announced the following day, after the commission had studied all aspects. Returning to the hotel located near the conference venue, after the banquet, Albert Borisovich left his things in the room and went down to the bar. After sitting there for an hour, he returned to the room and turned on a large monitor hanging on the wall. An old horror movie was showing. His head was a little noisy from the alcohol, and the professor did not immediately understand what the film was about. Finally, he remembered that he had watched this film many years ago. Another zombie horror, about an unknown virus that had infected the entire planet, and a bunch of survivors trying to save themselves.
These lucky ones somehow did not get infected, and everyone else instantly became zombies. After watching for about 10 minutes, Albert Borisovich switched to a channel about animals, took a shower, lay down on the bed, and did not notice how he fell asleep. When he woke up in the morning, Haimovich realized that he had overslept. The second day of the conference was to begin in half an hour. Having barely washed, dressed, and without having breakfast, the scientist quickly went outside. Fortunately, the hotel was located a 20-minute walk from the conference site. Most of the participants had already gathered in the auditorium, but the commission with the president was not there yet. Some scientists held the leaves in their hands and discussed the latest news. Tonight, Allied forces invaded Algeria and overthrew the current dictator Omar. There were no casualties among the coalition. The round-faced, gray-haired man read to his interlocutor. "No wonder," the second scientist answered. "America hasn't sent soldiers into the thick of things for a long time. Now robots do all the dirty work in armies, and the operators sit somewhere safe on their aircraft carriers in the waters of Algeria and give the machines commands to shoot and bomb. Then they send in special forces and clear the territory. Yes, they have gone far in this." The third colleague with a Volga accent joined the conversation. "Of course, we also have robots, but they are not as modern and much smaller. It's a shame, because the first developments in this area were ours, back in the Soviet Union." Finally, the president entered and silence fell over the audience. "Gentlemen, I thank everyone who visited our conference, everyone who responded and came to us. We selected the projects that, in our opinion, best correspond to the goals of the Presidential Fund. But we will reward everyone for your service to Russia and science." The prize for participation in the conference is 500,000 rubles.
Quite generous just for participating, thought the professor. "We also want to award 5 grants today in the amount of 10 million rubles each for the implementation of specific projects," Lev Nikolaevich continued. The president began to name names, and scientists came out one by one to receive their certificates. Among them was a guy from Khabarovsk, with a project for corn-potato agriculture. A couple of people offering interesting solutions for military needs, and another programmer. There was only one grant left. Albert Borisovich mentally crossed his fingers. The president named the 5th lucky winner. The professor sighed deeply and remained seated. His name was not on the list of winners. The remaining participants, as promised, were given envelopes with cards worth 500,000 rubles.
The professor extended his hand and nodded, receiving the envelope.
But the host suddenly leaned toward him and whispered that he should stay after the event was over. The scientists began to disperse. Albert Borisovich followed the administrator. They left the auditorium and climbed the beautiful marble staircase. "Ancient style," said the professor. "What? Sorry, I didn't quite understand," the presenter answered. "I mean the staircase, and the whole building. Isn't it real marble? Now there are only composites everywhere. Only in palaces and museums there are still wood, marble, granite. And this building, as far as I know, was built recently." "Yes, this building belongs to the Presidential Foundation," the man in the black suit answered without going into details. They went up to the second floor, and Kaimovich noticed how the president and a group of security guards approached the elevator at the end of the corridor.
It's strange, thought the professor.
There are only 3 floors in the building. Why is there an elevator here? Do his legs hurt or something? He seems to walk briskly. Meanwhile, the president and his security detail took the elevator down to his metro station. The administrator opened the door for the professor. Albert Borisovich entered the office. He saw a large, interactive whiteboard in front of him and a table next to it where Alexander Chernov, one of the president's closest advisors, was sitting. He was a young man of about 30, of average height and athletic build. His light, straight hair and cold blue eyes gave his handsome face a mysterious and somewhat distant expression. It combined external gloss and internal rigidity, bordering on the habits of a dictator. He was extremely strict with all his subordinates, demanded absolute discipline, did not like compromises, and always tried to achieve his goals by any means necessary. Alexander had a piercing gaze. When meeting his eyes, many felt awkward and even guilty, as if he could see right through them. He always spoke clearly, without unnecessary turns of phrase, quietly, but few had the courage to interrupt him. Alexander made a meteoric career. The president valued him for his efficiency, progressive views, and honesty, but kept his actions under constant control, as he understood that the advisor put the interests of the state above the interests of the individual. Chernov stood up, smiled, and gestured for the guest to sit down. Tea? Coffee? Maybe something stronger? Green tea, the professor answered. The advisor nodded to the administrator. 2 green teas. The presenter hurried out, closing the door behind him. Albert Borisovich, my name is Alexander Chernov. I am the president's assistant, the blond man said, smiling slightly. The professor watched him silently, letting him know that he was expecting more. We are very interested in your project. Gaimovich made a slightly surprised face.
Yes, I assure you that the fact that you were not awarded a grant does not mean that the state is not interested. It is just that officially, we cannot support all projects. I would like to offer you something more than a grant, namely, cooperation. The advisor fell silent, studying his interlocutor's reaction to his words. Albert Borisovich, looking away, asked, What kind of cooperation? I am offering you a contract. You will head an experimental enterprise for the production of biochips. We plan to set it up at the university in Novosibirsk, where you are in charge of the laboratory. If everything goes according to plan, we will expand production and organize an entire enterprise. Are you suggesting that I leave the laboratory? At that moment, the administrator entered with a tray, on which stood a vase of sweets and 2 mugs of tea. I think this will increase your status. We have been collecting information about these developments. I admit, you have advanced further than anyone else. We will give you financial opportunities to organize production. You will have a salary 3 times higher than in the laboratory, and regular bonuses for achieving the goals specified in the contract. But this will be a closed enterprise, with a high level of secrecy and corresponding responsibility. And, of course, I won't have the right to the invention. Albert Borisovich, we are not a commercial structure. We do not buy patents. But without us, you will not implement this project. Of course, I understand that foreign representatives may be interested in your work, but I remind you that the term for aiding in industrial espionage, causing damage to the state and disclosure of military information is punishable by imprisonment for up to 30 years. Is this already military information? The scientist noted, smiling. Don't doubt it. She will become one immediately after our conversation.
The president gave me the corresponding order. We will invest in your idea. We will pay you a good reward and bonuses if our cooperation is mutually beneficial. The advisor paused and was silent for a moment, looking at his guest. Then he continued in an icy tone. With or without you, Albert Borisovich, we will begin this work. But I would like you to join the project. Anger flared up inside the professor. For so many years he had been working on his invention alone, proving its usefulness in various instances, knocking on the doors of officials, and now they were imposing conditions on him without the right to choose, and threatening to take away all his developments, or even send him to the camps. On the other hand, this was still a chance. He had to try. If he did not agree, they would hire someone else, take everything, and forget about him. Okay, I agree, Kaimovich exhaled. The advisor took a sip of tea from his mug and smiled. That's great. I knew we'd come to an agreement. I'm flying to Novosibirsk in a week. We'll discuss the details of the work on site. Take my business card. The professor left the office with mixed feelings. On the one hand, he had been practically forced to hand over his invention, but it was better than wasting time while the Americans, Japanese, Chinese, and English fully mastered the technology. What should I do with the lab? With my team? Should I invite them along? What if the project goes wrong? If they find it too expensive and don't want to launch normal production? I need to tell the guys everything and let them decide for themselves, the professor thought on the way to the hotel. Albert Borisovich returned to his room. There were still a few hours left before the plane. Without changing, he lay down on the bed, thinking about the options for further developments. But Hamovich was too excited, and his thoughts were confused. After resting, the man packed his things and called a robotaxi to the airport. These few days changed, if not his whole life, then the next couple of years for sure. But now, the professor could not be afraid of a trick from the academy. He now had a reliable roof, a personal contract with the Presidential Foundation. Chapter 15. By Experience. Almost half a year had passed since the day Albert Borisovich returned to Novosibirsk after the conference. Work was in full swing in the small workshop where the first automatic biochip. Assembly line was being assembled and adjusted at that time in the neighboring building. In special cells lived experimental people. They were murderers, rapists, terrorists. Those whose death sentences were replaced by life imprisonment without the right to early release. Among them, people without close relatives were selected. Their payment for the experiments was cigarettes, fruit, and a TV in the cell. For this, they agreed to take part in the experiments. And those who did not agree were forced, and if the experiment ended in a fatal outcome, then it was written in the personal file that the prisoner died of a heart attack or other unremarkable causes. This experiment also had its victims. Many of the first subjects were paralyzed due to improper implantation of the chip into the nervous system. Experience is the son of difficult mistakes, and Albert Borisovich and his team continued their work, not taking into account the rejected material. Overall, the project was doing well. Most of the experiments were successful. 5 solitary confinement cells were specially built for the criminal subjects for the experiment. They were also guarded, only instead of daily walks, there were shots, injections, examinations, and round-the-clock surveillance. When the first batch of test subjects with working chips was ready, representatives of the government and the military were invited. Albert Borisovich clearly demonstrated to those gathered how the chips worked. One of the test subjects was infected with the flu in front of the commission, which was quickly confirmed by the sensors, showing changes in the blood composition. But the military and security forces were not satisfied only with the medical part of the experiment. With the help of chips, they wanted to track a person's location via satellites and even, in the future, control his behavior. One of the generals said that it would be great to control people through a chip at a distance via Wi-Fi. This would give the army fearless soldiers who would carry out commands, despite any danger. In response to this, the professor noted that he did not have the task of creating a zombie army. However, the military recommended that additional work be done to expand the capabilities of the biochips, and Kaimovich had to obey. In parallel with the technical part, specialists were also trained. Several teams of doctors practiced implanting devices into the body. Doctors and technicians even managed to completely hide the chip under the skin while maintaining the signal from the device to the scanner. Only a small scar remained in the back of the head. With special equipment, the operation took no more than 2 hours. An incision was made, and the chip was sewn to the nerve endings with a laser. The professor insisted that Andrei and Masha be included in the team to implement the project. Only Yosia was left out. The security forces could not allow the son of immigrants living in Israel to participate in the secret experiment. Albert Borisovich entered the workshop, where electronics specialists were now in charge. The production of biochips was planned to be put on stream, like the manufacture of telephones or microwaves. The features of the future conveyor on which they were to be assembled were already discernible. At the same time, it was assumed that no more than 20 people would work at the entire enterprise. Albert Borisovich was pleased. He believed that the hardest part of the project was behind him. Formally, he continued to manage the laboratory, but he spent most of the day in this workshop, observing operations, experimental subjects, and conferring with technical specialists. Meanwhile, the entire world was preparing to welcome the first Marsonauts. The Mission Control Center announced that the international crew, consisting of Tom Smith, Ivan Vorobyov, and Ishiro Takeo, would land in 3 days. Albert Borisovich was impatiently awaiting the return of the space travelers. Or rather, he was impatient to begin studying the Martian soil. Having made sure that everything was going well in the workshop, and that he had nothing special to do there for now, Kaimovich allowed Andrei and Masha to go home early, and he himself went to his country laboratory. Entering the area, he patted Dodge, who jumped out of his new kennel. Spring came earlier than usual this year. The professor decided to settle the dog outside near the house. Dodge missed the apartment at first, but quickly got used to it and was happy about this change in his life. Thanks to a good salary and great opportunities at his new job, Albert Borisovich updated and improved his laboratory even better. Over the summer, he planned to build a small hangar for experiments, for which the workers had already poured a foundation on the site. Dodge cheerfully barked as he saw his owner to the door. The professor dialed his usual code and disappeared into the house. If a burglar had broken into this cottage, he would have thought that some veterinarian or a very big animal lover lived there. In addition to the usual household items, a stove, a refrigerator, furniture, the house had a whole nursery. On the shelves along the walls, there were cages with ferrets, rats, chipmunks, sparrows, parrots, aquariums with fish, turtles, and even flies. Otherwise, the dwelling was not much different from a country cottage. The most important part was hidden under the house, where a secret hatch led. The professor went down the stairs. The lights turned on, illuminating a huge basement. But even this place was not enough for Kaimovich. There were large plastic chambers against the wall, in which sat dogs, ferrets, a piglet, and 2 monkeys infected with new modifications of the virus. The chambers were transparent and sealed,
with an autonomous air supply. Albert Borisovich watched the black dog named Jack especially closely.
The virus in his body showed interesting abilities. Jack's aggression had increased greatly, but at the same time, he was actively gaining muscle mass and was full of energy. From an ordinary mongrel, in a week he turned into a beast scarier than a Rottweiler. The dog barked non-stop and attacked everything that moved all week. Bloody foam hung from the dog's mouth. The professor infected him with the latest mutant virus of his own design. As a rule, most animals lost their appetite when infected. They quickly withered and died. Jack ate for 3 male dogs and ran around the cage non-stop. The ferret and monkey were infected with the same virus. All animals showed identical symptoms. However, today the dog behaved not quite normally. He lay on the floor and whined. Is he really dying? Albert Borisovich thought bitterly. He was such an interesting specimen. Then the man approached the cages with the monkey and ferret.
The scientist removed the dark cloth from the glass chambers and pointed the scanner at the animals. The animals quickly got used to the light and saw the silhouette of a man and immediately showed aggression. The ferret hissed. The monkey bared its teeth with a wild cry and began to paw at the plastic.
So, guys, I see that everything is fine with you. The ferret and monkey were infected 2 days later and their aggression and appetite remained.
So what's wrong with you, buddy?
The professor sat down next to Jack's cage and loaded food into a special food dispenser. The infected animal's chamber, like all the experimental animals, was made of durable and transparent plastic. No scratches from claws or teeth remained on it. Often, infected animals spent weeks or even months in such cages, during which time several devices circulated air, supplied food and water, and even cleaned the cages. Everything was thought out and designed in such a way as to exclude human work as much as possible. At the same time, absolute hermeticity was maintained, so that the virus would not escape into the atmosphere with the remains of water, food, or excrement. The devices were able to dispose of all this. Jack lay on the floor, breathing heavily and shaking slightly. When he saw the man's face, he growled but did not rise. Then, as if changing his mind, he whined pitifully, as if asking for help. Albert Borisovich watched the results of the virus's activity on the monitor. The temperature was elevated, the body fought the infection, but could not cope. Viruses are stupid, thought Kaimovich. They can't adapt to the body. Either they kill it, or it kills them. The professor walked over to a cabinet on the opposite wall. He took a box with a green sticker from the middle shelf, opened it, and pulled out a small ampule. Then the man walked over to Jack's cell and looked at the dog again.
The scientist read in her eyes both anger and a plea for help.
You're lucky today, buddy!
Albert Borisovich pressed the button of the air circulation device. The chamber filled with sleeping gas. A few minutes later, the dog fell asleep. Now it was possible to calmly give an injection. Inside the chamber, there was a syringe manipulator for remote vaccination. The professor inserted a flask with the medicine into a small compartment connected to the syringe. There was a click, and a few seconds later the vaccine was administered. The professor walked up to the table, sat down at the computer, opened Jack's file and made a note in it.
5 days after infection, the subject reached a critical stage. Vaccination was done. The first dose was administered at 1742. It is necessary to observe how quickly the antivirus works. The professor went upstairs, took a healthy ferret from the cage, put it in a carrying bag, and returned to the lab. In the basement, the scientist approached the chamber with the infected ferret and turned on the sleep mode on the air ventilation device. The sick animal continued to hiss, but somehow lazily, and a minute later lay motionless. Albert Borisovich connected a transfer sleeve to its chamber, put on a thick glove,
pushed the healthy ferret into the transfer sleeve and quickly slammed the lid. Then, Khaimovich opened the valve. The healthy animal moved from the sleeve into a transparent chamber where the infected ferret was sleeping. Last month, the professor achieved the result of infection from one object to another through the air, and now wanted to make sure that the virus would also be transmitted through a bite. About an hour passed. The infected ferret began to wake up. The healthy one sniffed its fellow and walked away from him to the opposite wall. Having come to its senses, the infected individual saw a silhouette of a person in front of it, stood up on its paws and hissed, but then, having sniffed, turned around. The ferret stood motionless for a few seconds, as if pondering who was in front of it, an ally or an enemy, and then rushed forward. The healthy ferret did not expect such a furious attack. Sharp teeth sank into its withers and tore the skin. It squealed, rushed to the side, then bit the enemy himself, but the latter seemed not to feel pain, continued to bite and tear the guest. The fur flew in clumps. The floor of the cell was already covered with drops of blood. The animals rolled in a ball. Suddenly, both ferrets became lethargic and stopped fighting. The infected ferret was still trying to bite his fellow, but the other was just trying to crawl away. A few seconds later, they both fell asleep. Albert Borisovich turned off the sleeping gas. The animals were fortunately in different parts of the cage, and the man managed to place a partition between them. Now the animals were separated by a strong plastic wall. The healthy animal was badly battered, but most importantly, alive. For now. It's funny, apparently the virus turns off memory. They are from the same litter, brothers, the scientist chuckled. Another hour passed. The subjects came to their senses. The infected one recovered later. 2 consecutive forced sleeps had a strong effect on him. The professor took the scanner and pointed it at the healthy animal. The device showed the presence of the virus in the body. The man created a new file and wrote down, "Interesting observation. Infection occurs much faster through saliva. The ferret became infected by airborne droplets from an infected object in 3 days, and through a bite in just over an hour." Both ferrets woke up, looked at each other, and hissed in unison. The professor moved on to the next part of the experiment. He approached the cage. The animals rushed at him, but hit the walls and jumped back. The scientist removed the partition. Both infected creatures found themselves in the same chamber again. Looking into each other's eyes, the animals began to approach each other. Hissing was heard, however. No one was in a hurry to attack. Both creatures were animatedly moving their noses, inhaling air. Finally, they went their separate ways, not looking at each other. The professor made a new entry. Infected individuals of the same species do not show active aggression towards each other. Albert Borisovich sat down in a chair and took a sip of green tea from a mug. Now it was necessary to repeat the same experiment on a chimpanzee. Yes, definitely, this will be the last step before which he had long ago decided for himself. The next stage had to be an experiment on people. The professor understood that no one would give him test subjects for this. How to find them? He considered the options. Put an ad? But it is unlikely that anyone in their right mind would agree to sit in this basement. And what if those who are not in their right mind? No, people with normal consciousness are needed here, so that there are fewer errors in the experiment. We need to observe changes in the behavior of healthy people. Khaimovich carefully considered the plan, details, risks, backup options. Several hours passed. Finally, he went upstairs and went outside. Having locked the door, the professor whistled to the dog. Dodge was already dozing in his kennel, but hearing the owner fussing on the threshold, he climbed out and happily wagged his stump of a tail. Albert Borisovich sat down, stroking his pet. "Well, my friend, how are you doing here? Don't you get bored at night without me?" The dog licked his hand.
"You're bored, but it's still better here than sitting in the apartment. Everything is more fun, right? There you can chase the crows or the neighbor's cats if they get in. Run around the area." It had been dark for a long time. A half-round moon hung in the sky. Somewhere in the distance, an airplane was flying, its lights blinking. It was a pleasant evening, not yet warm, but already with some real spring air. Albert Borisovich, continuing to pet the dog, looked up. A reddish dot was shining among the stars. It was Mars. The year of opposition between the Earth and the red planet was ending, when these celestial bodies approached each other at a minimum distance, and Mars was visible especially clearly. "I wish they would arrive already," the professor said quietly to the dog. Dodge lay down at his master's feet and laid his muzzle on his knee. Chapter 16. Japanese Intuition. Ishiro sat back in his chair, tossing a tennis ball that Rich had left him as a souvenir.
Ivan read an e-book, and Tom worked out in the gym.
Soft rock and roll music played in the control room. "What kind of group is this?" asked the Japanese man. "Chiz," Ivan answered without taking his eyes off the book. "It's Russian rock, old, from the 90s, I think." "I like it. When we get home, send me their album, if it's not too much trouble." "No problem." They silently continued to do their business. All topics for conversation were practically exhausted. Almost all the books were read. Music was listened to, and even the computer games that the crew was allowed to take at the last moment were completed. All that was left was to wait until they returned to Earth again. Vorobyov got tired of reading. He put the tablet on his knee. "I remember seeing in some movie how astronauts are frozen for the duration of long flights, and then they are defrosted and, oops, you wake up and you're already on Mars." Ishiro readily supported the topic. "Well, theoretically it is possible, but the system has not been developed yet. Imagine, we are flying for 6 months one way. If the body is frozen in a cryocapsule, it will be no more alive than the mammoth carcasses that are found in Siberia. We need to somehow maintain nutrition of the brain and other organs all this time. If we simply put people to sleep, then such anesthesia, at the very least, is not very useful. In addition, if you lie down for at least a week, bed sores and ulcers will begin on the body. Muscles will atrophy without movement. Plus, we need to feed the body again. Well, we can attach a bunch of tubes, insert IVs, and have a robot change diapers. The body will not accumulate indefinitely what it ate and drank, even through an IV. Yes, it's funny." Ivan stretched in his chair. "It's a pity that we broke the table hockey. I would like to play now." I had already forgotten about him. That was when we were still flying there. "Yes, I remembered something. By the way, are you interested in hockey? I watch the Olympics, but I usually root for the Canadians."
Ishiro said the last words as if he was guilty.
"And I even played on the city's children's team."
The men reminisced about their childhood, told funny stories, and their first fights. Another couple of hours passed unnoticed. The captain returned, flushed from the exercises.
Tom sent the traditional report to Earth and sat down to rest. Vorobyov looked at the images from the cameras. Everywhere was the same monotonous view that they had been observing for almost a year, the same bottomless darkness, on which an allergy seemed to have appeared from the many dots of stars. Millions of people dream of being in space, of seeing the Earth from the other side, of flying in zero gravity. But Ivan just wanted to lie down by a lonely tree in a huge field and listen to the singing of real birds, to breathe in the normal air, or sit in the reeds with a fishing rod on a lake, or maybe jump from a cliff into the sea with a running start. Soon, all this will become real. They just have to wait a few days. They can already see the Earth, still as a small blue dot, but it is already their Earth. Ivan went to stretch his legs and the captain decided to take a nap in his cabin. Ishiro was left alone, looked at the sensor readings, and then decided to take a walk. The Japanese reached the transport compartment and stopped at the entrance. The marsobots stood motionless, but it seemed that they were watching the man. "You guys should probably stand in a museum." Ishiro looked at the compartment where the soil samples were stored. Something about them caught his attention, a piece of Mars that they had taken with them. For some reason, he always felt uneasy when he thought about it. Ishiro went into the physical education block. Ivan had just done another set of push-ups and was resting. The Japanese sat against the wall, throwing a ball up to the ceiling. "What do you plan to do after you return?" Ishiro asked. "I haven't decided yet. If they leave me as an astronaut, then good. Otherwise, I might just retire straight away, due to health reasons. And in Russia, don't they pay benefits for special merits? They pay. You can live, but you can't really live a life. But you still want to live well and support your family. Your future family. I hope. And I want to open my own clinic. Well, that's in the future. But I need to have enough money for my own office." The Japanese man was silent for a bit, and then added, "But what if we bring something bad? What are you talking about?" "Well, for example, when the Spaniards discovered South America, they were not able to conquer the local tribes right away."
I understand what you mean. I read that they infected the natives with something.
Yes, the Indians died in thousands from European diseases. The conquistadors, for example, sold them blankets infected with smallpox.
And?
Well, what if we're bringing Martian smallpox to Earth? What if these bacteria killed everything on Mars, and they're still alive because they've adapted? They're sitting there, waiting for their moment, when someone will find them and take them to their planet.
An interesting hypothesis.
Only the Indians did not have laboratories in which these samples would be studied. There is a human factor everywhere.
What if it is, on the contrary, a cure for diseases that are currently incurable?
They are incurable because it is not profitable for large pharmaceutical corporations to treat them. It is easier to stuff people with expensive drugs for the rest of their lives, pumping out the last money. Well, then we'll get to a general conspiracy. Ivan smiled, assumed a lying position, and began doing push-ups. Ishiro sat in silence and looked at the tennis ball. Having finished the approach, Vorobyov lay down on his back.
"You know, Ishiro, there is a saying, whatever happens, happens for the best. And they also say that what doesn't kill us only makes us stronger."
That's encouraging.
"I'm going to bed. I'm already feeling really sleepy. Take a shower and go to bed."
And I haven't been sleeping well for the last week. I have insomnia.
"It's excitement. We'll be arriving soon. Every hour feels like a day."
Perhaps. Ivan went to take a shower, and Ishiro continued to sit on the floor, thinking about something of his own. The ship furrowed space, bringing the crew closer to home. Chapter 17. Vague Dreams. Lev Nikolaevich was riding on the government metro line with his advisors. Alexander was showing a report on his LIC with graphs and diagrams on the development of projects that had received grants at a conference 6 months ago. "Yesterday we set up a biochip line. Everything is working according to plan. Now we are implementing a program to expand the capabilities of the devices for our military needs. Well, and for the security forces too. What are the results of practical application?" Lev Nikolaevich carefully studied the cost estimate for the project. There's an experiment going on now. They have implanted chips into several prisoners who have been sentenced to life imprisonment. The president looked intently at his assistant. "Everything is confidential," Alexander hastened to add, catching the chief's displeasure. "They selected only lonely people, who are not visited and who do not write letters. The doctors are happy." Professor Kaimovich himself lived side by side with the prisoners for a week, observing the course of the experiment.
Okay, Let's make the first batch for the military. By the way, how safe is it to extract them, or are the chips for life?
It is possible to extract it. It has been worked out.
Keep me informed about this project.
Lev Nikolaevich coughed and turned his gaze to the second advisor.
Now, I wanted to discuss with you, Anatoly Stepanovich, the new law on the fight against corruption.
Until the end of the journey, they discussed how to reduce corruption, how to increase benefits and pensions, and whether to fight for the Summer Olympics. Meanwhile, the subway car stopped behind the airport, having taken the elevator up and found themselves in a familiar building that camouflaged the entrance to the Kremlin subway. The president and his advisors got into a car and drove up to the airport.
They were to fly to the United States, where everyone was preparing for the landing of the Martian expedition.
By agreement between the parties, the ship was launched in Russia and was to land at Cape Canaveral. A huge delegation of politicians, scientists, and journalists was preparing to meet the travelers. However, this was a reason to gather for another meeting of the heads of the most powerful countries at the highest level. The plane was gaining altitude. Everyone was resting, leaning back in their chairs, almost lying down. Alexander was looking at his sheet for information on new technical developments. Anatoly Stepanovich was reading the 10th volume of Karamzin's History of the Russian State. The president lay with his eyes closed, but did not sleep. His head was occupied with thoughts about the issues that were to be discussed. And the first of them, after the expedition returned, was whether to build a Mars station,
Or rather, that it should be built was beyond doubt. The question was, when? Russia, India, and China proposed to build a lunar station first, and then move on to a Mars station. This would allow them to gain the necessary experience, and possible mistakes would be much cheaper. The Americans said that they did not need a base on the Moon, and proposed to build it directly on Mars. This is a question worth hundreds of billions, and it will not be easy to solve. With these thoughts, the president fell asleep. In his dream, Lev Nikolaevich saw a red-orange landscape and a sky of the same shade. There was not a soul around, and somewhere in the distance a cold wind was howling. The president tried to scream, but the words were stuck in his throat. He looked down and saw that he was not standing on the ground, but on a bloody and fleshy human mass. Arms, legs, heads, fingers, some kind of minced meat, and everything was covered in blood. The man took a step and sank knee-deep as if into a swamp. The meat and blood squelched with each of his movements. He could not scream, call for help. Fear pushed him forward. Lev Nikolaevich fell deeper and deeper. The bloody quagmire was drawing him in ever deeper. Finally, the president managed to reach a large rock and grab hold of it. Standing almost up to his neck in this red pool, he struggled to the surface and sat down on a boulder. Lev Nikolaevich looked around. People's faces floated up in this swamp and looked at him with dead eyes. A huge sea of human remains swayed around, and the wind howled louder and louder, driving him crazy. Suddenly he realized that it was not the wind, but a groan, a human groan of countless victims, which became louder, longer, and more piercing. Suddenly, the earth beneath him trembled. The rock shook. The president realized that he was falling into this bloody abyss again, and opened his eyes. The landing today was a bit harsh, muttered the advisor sitting on the right. The plane rolled along the runway, slowing down. Lev Nikolaevich felt the cold sweat run down his back. He could not wake up from the dream. This terrible vision seemed so real. I'll tell Dao Hong. He's a fan of such dreams, the president decided to himself. Lev Nikolaevich and his entourage arrived at the American government base, located several hours away from the cosmodrome. From here, Everyone was supposed to go to watch the ship land tomorrow. According to calculations, Everest should land closer to evening, and in the morning, according to the schedule, there were work meetings. Chinese leader Dao Hong arrived before Lev Nikolaevich and was expecting to meet him. At the entrance, the maitre d' immediately announced, "Mr. President, Mr. Hong asked me to tell you that if you are not too tired after the flight and agree to drink tea in the gazebo, he will be very glad." After resting a bit in the room, Lev Nikolaevich conveyed that he would be waiting for Mr. Hong outside in 20 minutes. At that time, he himself went to greet the host of the meeting, American President Michael Ripley, and the other guests. The American president was a sociable, outgoing, and rather friendly person. He knew how to win over his interlocutors and quickly became the life of any company. Michael was not averse to drinking a glass or two of brandy, laughing and having a good time with his friends. Just as he had often organized parties for his classmates in his student years, now Mr. Ripley loved to organize informal meetings in the highest political circles. Lev Nikolaevich found him in the living room for the top officials of the delegations. There was a large fireplace in the room, around which soft, comfortable chairs with carved wooden legs were arranged. Usually, informal conversations took place in this room, during which very important agreements were concluded.
Now about a third of the chairs were empty. Many of the invitees had not yet arrived at the hotel. When Lev Nikolaevich entered, everyone stood up to shake his hand, to greet him, as was usually the custom. Having exchanged a few phrases about the weather and the flight with those present, he reached Michael Ripley. "Lev Nikolaevich, I am glad to see you. Join our company." The American's phrase sounded with a double meaning. Michael firmly shook the Russian leader's hand with his slightly sweaty palm. With his combed-back hair, through which a shiny bald spot was clearly visible, he looked a little like an aging hippie in an expensive suit. "I'll definitely join, but now I'd like to go out for some fresh air. The flight today has really tired me out." "Of course, just dress warmly. It's windy today," the American warned solicitously. Having assured everyone once again that he would definitely return, Lev Nikolaevich went up to his room, changed into jeans, a white sweater, threw on a windbreaker, and went outside. In front of him was a green meadow with a small park, about 200 meters to the right of which was a small pond. Tao Hong stood by the water in a long raincoat and hat, feeding the ducks and geese swimming in the pond. Several bodyguards were walking nearby. Lev Nikolaevich was not alone either. The guards kept a little to the side. The leaders of the two countries greeted each other. The greeting did not look as demonstrative as 10 minutes ago by the fireplace in the hall, but much calmer. But it was clear that the men were sincerely glad to meet. "Let's go to the gazebo," the Chinese man suggested. "I asked to make a fire there. Besides, the wind is not so noticeable there. By the way, aren't you cold?" "Not yet. I've been freezing less lately." Even my guards are shivering, but they're trying not to show it. Although they're young, their blood should be hotter than my old self's. After the plane and the car, I'll be happy to be outside. The presidents approached the gazebo. There were 4 chairs inside, and a fire was burning in a neatly built fireplace in the corner. In the middle was a small round table with 2 glasses of hot mulled wine, cheese, and grapes. The men conversed, not like politicians, but like old friends. There were few disagreements between them, and they highly valued the union of their powers. After talking about work, family, and sports, the leaders moved on to philosophical topics. Finally, Lev Nikolaevich told about his last dream. Mr. Hong thought for a few minutes and then said, "You know, my friend, I am already old, and old people tend to exaggerate, grumble, and be pessimistic. But don't think I'm a boring old man for my words. Something is coming. My intuition and my Tibetan monk friends tell me so."
And your friends didn't say anything more specific?
These are wise people, but even they cannot comprehend everything.
The interlocutors fell silent, looking at the ripples running across the surface of the pond. It looks like a war. So much blood, so many victims, but who is it a war with? The strongest powers do not conflict with each other. Terrorists? Taking a sip of a warming drink, the Russian president suggested.
Perhaps an illness. I read that before the plague that raged in Europe, many enlightened people wrote down that they had nightmares, the same rivers of blood as you have.
It seems to me that our medicine is capable of defeating any plague. There have been no global epidemics on Earth for several centuries, as far as I know.
Yes, but we can't foresee everything. The Chinese yawned. I must admit, I myself had a terrible dream the day before yesterday. If you are not tired of old men's ravings, I can tell you. Lev Nikolaevich smiled and nodded. Tao Hong took a deep breath and began to recall a recent dream. I saw a huge ship sailing on the sea, music playing, such an old ship with white sails, and I'm sitting on an island, and I see the ship sailing past, and then it starts to smoke, only the smoke is not black, but red. And I see rats jumping off the ship, right from the deck, huge black rats. They dive into the water and swim towards me on the island. And the island is small, and there is not a single tree on it. I can no longer run, but sit and do not move. The rats swim closer and closer, and then the first ones reached the island and crawled out onto the shore, and then I see that they do not have muzzles, but faces, human faces, only small and covered in fur, and bloody foam is dripping from their mouths, and they themselves are all covered in blood. I don't remember anything else. Well, there is no peace, either day or night, Lev Nikolaevich said sympathetically. Let's go to the hotel, I guess. It gets colder towards evening, and there's a draft coming from the lake. The men entered the main room with the fireplace. Michael Ripley was talking with the French Prime Minister and the President of Brazil, all three laughing. Lev Nikolaevich and Tao Hong joined the general company, taking their places by the fireplace. It began to rain heavily outside. Chapter 18. Return. The politicians spent the first half of the next day at an extended meeting devoted to the problems of the global economy, the development of the scientific and space industries, after which they went to watch the landing of the Mars rover. Presidents, prime ministers, and other high-ranking officials from different countries, as well as scientists and journalists, gathered in one building, not far from the cosmodrome where Everest was supposed to land. Those present sat in front of a huge window that took up the entire wall. In the next room were the dispatchers, medical personnel, firefighters, rescuers, and the meeting team. The loudspeaker announced that the ship was already in the atmosphere. Everyone became a little nervous and began to talk among themselves. The room began to resemble a large beehive, where bees were buzzing importantly, but not fussily. Lev Nikolaevich silently looked out the window. This whole situation amused him. He remembered how he ran to the helicopter field with his school friends for the first time, where his father, a pilot, arranged small excursions for them.
The sensations were a bit like that day when he and his friends saw a helicopter landing up close for the first time. They were about 10 years old.
A few more minutes passed, and everyone present finally noticed bright lights in the sky. These were vertical engines that provided landing. 3 huge parachute domes were developing above the ship. The landing site of the Everest was verified to the meter. The entire process was controlled automatically according to a pre-programmed algorithm. The building had good soundproofing, but even that didn't protect against the noise the ship was making. The walls shook, clouds of dust rose, the ship touched the ground, and at the same time the engines turned off. Everyone heard a sound similar to a loud bang. An SUV, 2 ambulances, and fire trucks immediately left the neighboring building. About 20 minutes passed. The heat from the engines that had heated the air began to subside. The ship's hatch opened, and you could see figures of people. They stood for about 10 seconds, apparently getting used to the sunlight, then began waving to the approaching cars and descended to Earth. The pilots were immediately put in ambulances and taken to the clinic. Rescuers began to board the ship to inspect and check everything. When they signaled that the radiation level was normal, the American president invited the guests to leave the building. "Gentlemen, I invite everyone to take a group photo." Buses were waiting outside that would take people directly to Everest. First, the entire group took a photo against the backdrop of the ship, then only the heads of state, then engineers and scientists from another angle, after which everyone got on the buses and went back. This was the end of the meeting of the leaders of states.
On the way to the airport, Lev Nikolaevich asked his advisor Alexander, "How are we doing with preparations for the reception? In honor of the participants of the space expedition. I just wanted to introduce you to the list of people to be awarded." Alexander handed the president a sheet. He carefully read each name. First on the list was Ivan Vorobyov. Then the heads of the space industry divisions, department heads, and so on down to simple engineers and mechanics. There were 103 names in all. Having read to the end, the president clarified, "Have you forgotten anyone? The prize will be awarded to many more people. This is just a list of those invited to the Kremlin. Expand it to at least 300 people. Add more ordinary people, engineers, workers, maybe some veterans too. In general, expand it. The bosses won't be left without bonuses anyway. But for the workers, the reward in the Kremlin, I think, is worth a lot." Alexander made a note in the sheet. The president looked out the window and was silent, thinking about his own. The car silently sped along the American asphalt, approaching the airport. Chapter 19. Rehabilitation. There was a dull thud. Suddenly it became impossibly quiet. Everyone simultaneously screamed with joy. All 3 marsobots began to hug. Ishiro shouted, "We're home! We're sitting down! Banzai!" Several minutes passed like this. When the initial euphoria passed, everyone was desperate to look at real sunlight and breathe in the familiar air. But they had to wait. The spaceship was now surrounded by a terrible scorching heat. When the sensors outside showed that the temperature had returned to normal, Tom pressed the button to open the hatch, and the crew moved toward the exit. It seemed that the hatch was crawling more slowly than usual. Finally, it opened completely, and all 3 of them squinted for a second. The setting sun shone piercingly into the men's eyes.
Ivan squinted, then gradually began to look closely.
Firefighters and rescuers were approaching the Everest. Several people in special clothing were hurriedly running toward the marsobots. "Hi, guys," said the big guy in the hazmat suit, smiling broadly. "Welcome back. We'll measure the radiation now, and then you'll go to the clinic." He started waving a Geiger counter. Several more rescuers asked how he was feeling and headed inside the ship with their dosimeters. Ishiro, looking at them, said, "Radiation is normal. Samples are in the compartments." The heroes descended to the ground and were surrounded by doctors. The doctors seated all 3 of them in cars and conducted a quick examination. Already in the car, on the way to the hospital, Ivan felt worse. Ishiro was also somehow pale. Even Tom sat with his head down. The doctor measured the guy's blood pressure and shook his head. Very low. "I'll give you an injection now. You'll feel better, and then you'll be under supervision at the clinic." After the injection, his head began to buzz less, but nausea set in. Ivan only remembered that the car stopped, the door opened, and then he lost consciousness. Vorobyov came to about 20 minutes later, already lying in a separate room on a soft bed. He looked around. The room was no worse than a luxury hotel room. A couple of minutes later, a beautiful young Latin American woman entered, wearing a white coat with the top buttons unbuttoned, which drew extreme attention to her prominent breasts. "Have you woken up? How are you feeling?" she asked with a smile. "It's better now that you've arrived," Ivan answered, awkwardly flirting. "Great. The doctor will come in now. He's just examining the captain." "You're not a doctor?" "No, I'm a nurse. My name is Lena. And yours, I think, is Ivan?" She stressed the first letter, which made Vorobyov laugh a lot.
Ivan didn't think his name could be so funny.
Then the man realized that he hadn't seen a woman for a year. "And here you go. Such a provocation, in the form of this dark-skinned Lena." The girl winked at the Russian and said, "I'll come later. Rest." The nurse left, and soon a doctor appeared in the room. He was an elderly man with a beard and a large bald spot. He looked at the cosmonaut with his kind, laughing eyes and, smiling, said in Russian, "Well, well, I see you've endured the landing better than anyone. I'm even proud of my compatriot. Your captain can barely lift his head from the pillow, and the Japanese, I don't envy that poor guy at all. Green, as if from seasickness. Is it dangerous? Is there something wrong with us?" Vorobyov was wary. The doctor winked at him and sat down on the edge of the bed. "It should be over soon. You're under 24-hour surveillance. We won't let you out of here until we examine you from head to toe. Today, you'll take a few general tests, rest, and tomorrow we'll start." This "let's start" confused Ivan a little, but he didn't show it and just nodded his head. "Are you Russian?" "I am from Odessa, Jews. My last name is Castle, Boris Castle. Once in my youth, I immigrated first to Canada and then settled in the USA." "I see," the cosmonaut commented laconically. "Well," the doctor suddenly clapped his hands loudly and stood up. "I'll ask Lena to be more attentive to you. She's a charmer, isn't she?" "Uh-huh," Vorobyov agreed with the doctor and became a little embarrassed. "You're a good boy," the doctor showed his thumb and, whistling a song, left the room. During the day, Lena came in several more times, and each time Ivan could hardly contain himself, looking at the sultry Latina. "This is America, after all. Here you can even get sued for a compliment," he thought, watching the nurse go. That would be a funny story. They would probably show it on the news right away. "By the way, we seem to be heroes. I wonder if journalists are already besieging this hospital. We'll be giving interviews soon. Me, Ishiro, the captain, Rich."
Ivan automatically listed the entire crew, stopping at the Englishman. But then Lena came in again, making him forget his sad thoughts. She apparently guessed what feelings the man had for her, stopped by Vorobyov's bed and said almost in a whisper, "You can't strain yourself today. There will be a lot of research tomorrow. Today you need to rest, and tomorrow, if everything goes well, I'll come in the evening." These words almost made Ivan throw the girl onto the bed, but he restrained himself for probably the 10th time that day, closed his eyes and tried to fall asleep. Indeed, he was still too weak. Thoughts were all mixed up in his head. Past, present, future. Will life now be divided into before and after the flight? What to do next?
"Tom wants to go into politics. He'll succeed. Americans love such heroes. Ishiro is thinking of starting a private practice in his own clinic. And what do I want? There seem to be many options, but I haven't decided on anything specific yet." With these thoughts, the guy quietly fell asleep. For the first time in almost a year, Vorobyov slept on Earth, not hearing the hum of the engines and not fearing that the sensors would make a mistake. A meteorite would crash into the ship and he would wake up in outer space. But there were no peaceful dreams, and the marsonaut tossed and turned all night, shuddering as if from a nightmare. Here he is running through an empty city, and there is no one around, but he has to run very fast. He keeps running and running. His intuition tells him not to stop. Ivan suddenly becomes very scared, but he himself does not understand why. Now he is standing alone in the middle of the street. It is quickly getting dark.
Vorobyov looks into the windows of houses. There is no light in them.
All around are abandoned cars, broken glass, and broken dry trees. His heart is squeezed by some feeling of terrible inevitability. Suddenly the man felt something grab him by the shoulder. He's afraid to turn around and see who it is, and his legs seem to have grown into the ground, and he does not have the strength to take a step. Ivan sat up abruptly in bed and took several deep breaths. Lena was gently tugging at his shoulder. Coming to his senses, the guy could barely make out her words. "Good morning. The doctor is already waiting. It's time for you to be examined." Chapter 20. Solemn Weekdays. A week had passed since the Martian crew had returned to Earth. Ivan sat in the airplane cabin and looked out the window. Compared to their ship, the plane seemed like a bicycle after a supercar. The airliner rose above the ground.
When the engines hummed, Ivan closed his eyes and remembered the first feeling of taking off on the Everest. Now he was flying back to his home country. The pilots were kept in the clinic for 5 days, and no less research and experiments were conducted than during the selection for the flight. In the end, the doctors reported that the cosmonauts' condition was better than expected, and the protection of the Mars robots and the ship coped with the radiation perfectly. After the doctors gave permission, the crew immediately met with big space big shots from the international agency. The officials hinted that someone could join the second expedition if their health and fitness allowed it. I don't even know if I want to repeat it. At least now, definitely not. But in a few years, everything is possible, Vorobyov decided to himself then. Before leaving, he, Ishiro, and Tom sat in a restaurant for a farewell, exchanged contacts, and promised each other not to get lost and to keep in touch. Now Ivan was flying to Russia for a presidential reception in honor of the participants of the space expedition to Mars. The cosmonaut hoped that something would become clear there with his future plans. Although now the guy didn't want anything, he was enjoying his vacation. Having landed in Moscow, Ivan checked into a hotel, took a shower, got out his sheet and read the news a bit. The main topic was the success of the Martian expedition. Journalists vied with each other to share the latest facts and details that they had managed to get from the experts. When his eyes got tired of the lines, the guy went out onto the balcony to get some air. It was already dark, and Moscow looked like a huge flock of fireflies. Dozens of electric cars flashed along the roads below and above, at a level of 20 meters, in a special air corridor. Flying cars flew. So far, only available to very wealthy people. Only a few could buy, much less maintain, a flying car, and most people were still afraid to travel in them. Vorobyov returned to the room, opened the list of contacts on the list, and clicked on the word Mom. The call went through, then a familiar face appeared on the monitor. "Hi, son. Have you arrived in Moscow yet?" "Yes, everything is fine. I'm at the hotel now. We've missed you so much already." Judging by the background, Mom was in the kitchen. "I'll be flying in soon. Tomorrow I'm going to see the president. If everything ends quickly, then I'll come straight to you." "Will they show you on the news tomorrow?" "We must," Ivan answered, a little embarrassed. "When we flew away, journalists were probably coming to my house for a month, and now they've been coming for the second week. I don't let them in. I say, I don't have time. I don't have time to do things. I say, my son will come and tell you everything. And what did I know? I've already told them 100 times. She said this with that modest pride that mothers say when they are very proud of their children's achievements, but try not to show it too much. And what about father? Is he not here now? Ivan changed the subject. Yes,
I went to the garage last night to get potatoes. They're all growing already. It's so warm outside. And I guess I met some guys. They're celebrating your return. He should be here soon. Okay, it's already late for you. Yes, it's already night. I'm not going to bed. I'm waiting for you to call. Well, good night. I'll call you again tomorrow after the appointment. Bye. Yeah, bye, son. Vorobyov turned off the video call, went to the social network. There were a bunch of inscriptions, happy birthday, wishes for success, etc.
He wrote in the status, "I'm back." He looked at the photos of his friends. The best ones were not online. He did not want to communicate with others. He turned off list. Although there was little time, the flight tired Ivan. Not so much the flight as the bustle of Moscow. Although Novosibirsk is also not a small city, he did not feel at all at ease in Moscow. Especially after a whole year when he saw only 3 people around him. Or rather the second 6 months, only 2. Vorobyov undressed, went to bed, closed his eyes, and instantly fell asleep. It was impossible to get through to taxi dispatchers in the morning. In order not to be late for the appointment, the cosmonaut decided to take the metro. He put on a new suit and went outside. According to the navigator, the nearest station was about 7 minutes away. The man got there quite safely. Although there were a lot of people in the subway, fortunately the suit was not torn and the buttons did not fly off.
People in the car did not pay much attention to the hero, despite the fact that in recent days his face was on the front pages of all the news feeds. However, in these photos, Vorobyov was wearing a Mars suit, and now he looked more like a bank employee or a car sales manager. Finally, the man reached the building where the presidential reception was to take place. The administrator at the entrance was surprised when he saw Ivan walking from the metro station. Vorobyov introduced himself, showed his documents, and went inside. Having gone up to the second floor, Ivan went into the hall and took his place in the first row. Very influential officials from the Space Bureau appeared behind him. The guy remembered them. These people were at the selection for the expedition. Each of those present considered it their duty to greet the hero and express their respect to him. When Ivan's hand was already starting to ache from shaking hands, the president entered with his retinue.
All those present immediately hurried to take their places. Lev Nikolaevich began his speech. He spoke about the problems and challenges of domestic cosmonautics and reported that the largest space powers had reached an agreement in principle to build a base on the moon. And the next step would be a permanent base on Mars and the gradual colonization of the Red Planet. Well, if those guys whose lights we saw don't mind, Ivan thought. And now I want to move on to the most pleasant and solemn part, the president continued. Today we will award those who took part in the most complex, grandiose, and large-scale space project in the history of mankind, the manned expedition to Mars. And now I want to invite the main hero of this evening, the Russian participant of the international expedition, Ivan Vorobyov, to the award ceremony. The hero stood up to loud applause, straightened his tie and walked to the podium where the president stood. Lev Nikolaevich pinned the order on the cosmonaut's chest and shook his hand. The men's eyes met. They looked at each other with respect. The president gestured for the recipient to say a few words. Ivan stood in front of the microphone, took a small breath and said, "I want to thank everyone who participated in this project. Every day, our entire crew thanked the engineers, designers, mechanics, electricians, doctors, and everyone who worked on the ship. I hope that the experience that we all gained will help in future expeditions and space exploration." Vorobyov paused and indicated that he had finished his speech. Applause rang out again. Ivan quickly left the podium and took his seat. Already sitting in his chair, he looked at the Order of Merit for the Fatherland, first degree, which also came with a tidy sum in the bank account, which was also nice. Meanwhile,
The long award ceremony continued. People came out one after another. Some of them gave a short speech. Finally, the official part was over, and everyone was invited to the banquet. In the large hall, a huge buffet was laid. Waiters with trays of champagne were scurrying among the guests. People were gathering in small groups and having conversations. Funny, but Ivan had no one to talk to. He took a drink, and then several people came up to him. "Hello, Ivan. I am very glad to meet you in person. My name is Sergei Gennadievich Kulikov, head of the Special Department of Space Programs. I would like to introduce my friends to you." The men greeted each other. One of them worked as a chief design engineer in a space bureau. The other was a famous biologist with a double surname Sakharov-Ryum. "What are your plans for the future? As far as I understand, doctors have forbidden you from flying into space for the next year," Kulikov asked. "Yes, they didn't recommend it. But I don't think I'll be included in any of the upcoming flights. I'm lucky it's only for a year. Right now, I'm not ready to talk about what exactly I'll be doing. For now, I'll go home, rest, and think. Here's my business card. If you decide to move to Moscow and not say goodbye to space, be sure to call. Thank you. I am very grateful." The men continued their conversation. The scientist asked a lot about the flight, about how the landing on Mars went, how the electronics behaved. Then other people approached. Ivan made a lot of acquaintances with very influential people that evening. The cosmonaut answered that he would be happy to tell about everything in detail, maybe even write a book. But now he was very drawn to home, to see his family. The banquet continued. Many were already tipsy, loudly raising toasts. Vorobyov decided it was time to leave and asked the administrator to call a taxi. He quickly left, returned a minute later, and said that the car was waiting at the entrance. Ivan was surprised by such efficiency. It turned out that official cars were provided for the delivery of VIP guests. But in the hustle and bustle, the organizers forgot to warn him. Returning to the hotel, the guy turned on list, booked a seat on a plane to Novosibirsk for the morning, and went to bed. Chapter 21. Cinderella's at the Microscopes. Albert Borisovich came to work earlier than usual today. He was very excited. Yesterday evening, while he was away, samples of soil from Mars were brought. The professor was just at a meeting on the completion of the construction of an automatic line for the production of biochips. Andrei called and said that the soil had been delivered. Kaimovich forbade opening the containers until his arrival. But since the meeting dragged on until late in the evening, he decided to come early the next day. There was no one in the laboratory yet, not even the cleaning lady, Baba Dasha. The scientist went into the room where the various samples were stored and saw a box sent from Moscow on a special transport flight. Inside the box was a thermocapsule and instructions from the academy on how to work with the samples. Having made sure that the capsule was not unpacked, the professor put the parcel back in place and went to check the employees' reports from yesterday. About 40 minutes later, Baba Dasha appeared in the laboratory. She filled a bucket with water and began washing the floor. Albert Borisovich did not see her, as he was in the next room. As he left the room, he carefully read Yoshi's work. At that time, Baba Dasha was washing around the corner, standing with her back to him. Kaimovich was so immersed in his report that when he reached her, he did not notice the cleaning lady. At that moment, Baba Dasha turned around, screamed in surprise, and knocked over the bucket of water. Albert Borisovich, frightened, jerked in response and dropped the sheets of paper. The noise made the experimental rats in the next room run nervously around their cages. Having calmed down, Kaimovich chuckled and began to collect the papers. Baba Dasha exhaled heavily. "Well, you really scared me, Albert Borisovich." "Sorry, I didn't notice you," the professor apologized, looking at the wet sheet of paper that he hadn't managed to finish reading. "Oh, I spilled something, you old fool.
I was standing there, lost in thought, and then you came so unexpectedly. I'll wipe it all up now. Everything is fine. Work. I'll go to my office. It's so early today, can't you sleep? You just work and work. When are you going to think about yourself? The cleaning lady asked with an intonation of maternal concern, hinting at his bachelor status. We'll rest in the next world, Baba Dasha. Damn you, what other world? We still have a long way to go in this one.
If it's fate, you can choke on a spoonful of soup.
Yes, that's true. Well, okay, get to work. Since it's so early, there's obviously a ton of work to do, and I'll clean everything up here. Albert Borisovich went to his office, and the cleaning lady got to work. We need to hold a meeting today and appoint a group to study the Martian soil. As always, everything is late. The Americans, of course, received it on the same day. The Japanese had it 15 hours later, and the European Center did the same. But we only waited until the fourth day, the professor thought. He turned on his work computer and checked the updates in the international issue of the scientific journal Microbiology and Virology. No publications or statements had been made regarding the Martian soil. That means they haven't found it yet, or they're keeping quiet, the scientist muttered, having calmed down a little.
5 minutes before the official start of the working day, when almost all the laboratory employees were in their places, Albert Borisovich came out and announced that a general planning meeting would take place in half an hour. Masha arrived at work a little late. It was drizzling outside. Her coat was slightly wet. The girl quickly took it off and hung it on a hanger in the wardrobe. Andrei Kuznetsov approached her with a smile. Did you forget your umbrella? Yes, I looked at the forecast this morning. They promised no precipitation. I didn't take it. And when it started pouring. Yes, we will probably never learn to accurately predict the weather. Today the chief will hold a general planning meeting. On the soil that arrived yesterday? No, according to your report on observations of the nutrition of Brahms bacteria. You're a fool, said Masha, and quickly walked behind her desk. Andrei grinned, watched her go, cracked his knuckles, and walked into the smoking room. Everyone was looking forward to today's planning meeting. Albert Borisovich came out of the office, looked around at those present, sat down on one of the empty tables, and started the conversation. Dear colleagues, as you all know, yesterday we received a very valuable sample, soil samples from Mars. Moreover, these are the deepest samples, made as far as I know, by our fellow countryman, Ivan Vorobyov. Only we and the Americans have such samples. What about the surface soil samples? Asked one of the employees. All countries have them. In Russia, only Moscow received them. But the chance of finding life, in my opinion, is much higher in deep soil samples. We will search. Now we will form a working group to study the materials. I appoint Kuznetsov as the head. The opponents of the professor's favorites began to whisper angrily. Albert Borisovich continued. Andrei, you will have to assemble a team yourself. Take 3 assistants. You are fully responsible for this project. Kuznetsov nodded.
The professor added. Today, in an hour, I'll be expecting you in my office with a work plan and team composition. Although no, an hour is too long. Let's do it in 30 minutes. We've already given the Americans a big head start. It didn't take Andrei long. The team immediately included Maria Snegoreva and Yosef Betts, friends and colleagues. The young scientist trusted them most of all. Kuznetsov took Igor Semin as his third assistant, a smart, calm guy, responsible, diligent, and lacking leadership qualities. He was supposed to become a kind of workhorse in their team. Albert Borisovich, Andrei, and his group locked themselves in their office for an hour. The scientists worked out the research plan in detail, distributed roles, deadlines, methods. In reality, recognizing life was not such a simple task. It could take weeks of experiments. Andrei's team immediately began their research. Albert Borisovich's management style was not to everyone's liking, but the Academy recognized his effectiveness. Otherwise, he would have been removed from his position long ago. The officials gave the samples to his laboratory based on two considerations. Firstly, everyone knew very well that Kaimovich was a fan of his work, one of the brightest minds in his field. And if there is life in the Martian soil, then Albert Borisovich will find it faster than others. And that means that the entire Academy will share the laurels of success. Secondly, in the event of unsuccessful results of the work, this will be a reason to finally remove Kaimovich from the post of head of the laboratory. The professor understood his situation and decided to squeeze the maximum possible efficiency out of this project, even at the cost of ruined relationships with some employees. Andrei and his team divided the Martian soil into several parts, and each studied their own grain.
It's like Cinderella's work, Masha said, without looking up from the microscope. What? Andrei didn't understand. Haven't you read fairy tales? It's called Cinderella. There, the evil stepmother mixed peas with grains and told her stepdaughter to separate them. And here we are separating the grains of sand from the pebbles. I see. Well, that means we're all Cinderellas here. And I want to be a handsome prince, Yosha muttered. Another lover of fairy tales, Kuznetsov chuckled. If you find evidence of life in this dust, you will be a prince, a king, or even a queen. Yes, the humidity is 0. And if you consider the conditions where he was taken, few would want to live like that. Bet sighed, wiping the sweat from his forehead. Igor, how are you? Andrei decided to turn the conversation to business. Individual chemical elements. No signs of protein bodies. No traces of the virus. Nothing. The group leader returned to studying his grain. Albert Borisovich said that it's like looking for a needle in a haystack. Theoretically, there could be only 1 bacterium per ton of this soil. Thank you, Andrei. You've given me hope. You know how to inspire, Masha chirped slightly sarcastically. But if this needle ends up in our haystack, and not in the American, Japanese, or English one, then we will all become handsome princes, and you, Masha, will be the queen. Kuznetsov winked at his colleague. A blush appeared on the girl's cheeks. Okay, let's look for the needle. Don't get distracted. Andrei clapped his hands, encouraging the team. A few minutes later, Kaimovich came in. He was clearly very excited, although he tried to hide it carefully. Andrei, did you allocate some of the samples for me? Do you want to? I thought that messing around with microscopes was not your job description, Albert Borisovich. Andrei, let the horse think. It has a big head. And you, please give me some of the samples. Let the old man have fun, gawk at the dust particles, put the samples for me in this capsule. Tomorrow, I'll start observing. Whoever finds it before me gets a year's bonus. And today I'll leave early. Okay, I understand. Goodbye, nodded the professor's first assistant. Albert Borisovich hastily left the laboratory. It's strange, said Yosya. This morning he said that we had to work as hard as we could, but he left early. So, we have to toil. We do the dirty work, Kuznetsov tried to justify the boss. Our task is to find life as quickly as possible. I think, with all the methods we have, 2 or 3 days are enough for this. It is either here or not. But if we find something worthwhile, then the professor will join in. No, Andrei, I don't think it's dirty work. We're just younger and have better eyesight, Masha joked. Yosya burst out laughing. Hey, don't splash the soil with spit. By the way, has anyone done the water test yet? Kuznetsov asked thoughtfully. Everyone shook their heads. Andrei wiped the sweat from his forehead and continued to lead. Igor, fill this test tube with water and add a pinch of soil. Quickly, quicker, boy. Igor ran to another room for clean water. Why are you so strict? Masha frowned. Me? Why not? I was just joking. It's okay, he won't be offended. The group leader waved his hand. Yosia shook his head and added a reagent to the soil. It was a weak acid solution. If there is life there, then the acidic environment was clearly not to its liking. Betts made a note in the electronic journal. The working day had already ended. The scientists were slowly going home.
Andre and Masha were waiting for a certain amount of time to pass so that they could look at the samples in the modified environment. Joseph walked thoughtfully from the window to the table and back. Finally, he muttered,
I suggest we brainstorm. Let's think about what other options we can use.
Andre agreed with the proposal. Igor took on the role of moderator, wrote down all the ideas and options. When the thoughts ran out, the guys looked at the time. The working day ended 3 hours ago. There was no one else in the lab except them. This day had not yielded any results. Having decided that it was time to go home and having agreed to come an hour earlier tomorrow, the young scientists left the lab. Chapter 22. Joy and Disappointment. After work, Albert Borisovich went to the store. There he bought 5 liters of clean water, grape vinegar, a bottle of French wine, sugar, and a pack of pelmeni. Arriving at his Dhaka laboratory, he went to the kitchen.
Having put the water on to boil, the professor looked at his watch. Having roughly calculated how long it would take for the water to boil, he changed his clothes and went outside to clean up after the dog. Dodge happily ran around the area from fence to fence and was glad that his owner had arrived. The professor cleaned the area and picked up the stick. The dog realized that his master wanted to play and ran up, wagging his short tail. Albert Borisovich threw the stick to the end of the area and the dog galloped after it. After playing like that for about 5 minutes, he patted his pet on the head and returned to the house. The water had already boiled. The man opened a pack of dumplings, poured half into the pot, salted them, and closed the lid. Kaimovich sat down in a chair near the window. At first, he wanted to sit for 5 minutes to rest, to think. But instead he got up and went to look at the animals.
All the animals were sitting in their cages, feeling well. Nothing extraordinary had happened during the scientist's absence. The professor looked at the ferrets, who began to fuss in their cage at the sight of the approaching man. The predatory animals with cute faces ran from wall to wall. The man looked at them and thought about how many ferrets, rats, rabbits, and other animals had died within the walls of his laboratory. They are born to die. Sometimes it seems to me that we are the same ferrets, and this whole world is a big cage. We run, fuss, and they conduct experiments on us. Sometimes it's hot, sometimes it's cold, sometimes there's an earthquake. Sometimes there's a plague. Will we survive or not? Lately, the professor had often been overcome by such gloomy thoughts. He tried to distract himself and think about something else. When the dumplings were cooked, the man had dinner and decided to take a short walk along the streets after eating.
It was easy and fresh to breathe after the rain. The professor walked along a clean road. A couple of years ago they laid asphalt here, and before that it was always muddy after the rain. Now it was pleasant to walk. Once a dying village had become an elite summer cottage community. Almost everyone had high fences with barking dogs behind them. Albert Borisovich walked like this extremely rarely. Usually a significant part of his time was taken up by work. But now all the scientist's thoughts were exclusively about the soil, or rather, about how to steal it from the laboratory and bring it here, home. If life was discovered in the soil, then he would be able to do whatever he wanted with this life, and no one would know about it. He looked at his watch impatiently. It was too early to return to the laboratory. Someone could be late, and he did not want to meet with colleagues. After a walk, Kaimovich returned to the cottage, went down to the basement and decided to prepare everything for working with the soil. He removed unnecessary devices and reagents from the table, leaving only the most necessary. Now it was time to get ready for the lab. Having locked the house, he put Dodge on a leash, got into the car, and drove out the gate. Albert Borisovich drove up to the research institute, parked his car, and entered the building. At the entrance, the professor took out a chip, held it to the scanner, and the door opened. The guard, dozing in a small room next door, got up from his chair to see who had arrived so late. "Albert Borisovich?" the plump man in uniform said in surprise. "Yes, hello!" The professor tried unsuccessfully to remember the name of the security guard. He had worked there recently, and now he was not wearing a badge. "I'm going to my office. I forgot my papers." "Okay, no problem." The professor entered the laboratory, turned on the light, and opened the office where the experiments with Martian soil were conducted. After examining the room, the scientist saw a capsule marked for him. He carefully put it away in the briefcase he had taken from home, turned off all the lights, and, having said goodbye to the guard, went outside. Returning to his Dhaka laboratory, Kaimovich felt a loss of strength and realized that he was irresistibly drawn to sleep. Even the enthusiasm with which he thought about searching for life in soil samples did not help. Having decided that the morning is wiser than the evening, Albert Borisovich postponed the experiments until the following day. Waking up the next morning, he drank coffee, had a snack, and went to work. Kaimovich was eager to hear Andrei's report on the work he had done. Locked in his office, they talked for more than 2 hours. The professor was pleased with Andrei's work. He saw how the boy's potential was unfolding. Having told them to continue, the professor sent several letters to his colleagues in Moscow and Israel to find out if there was any fresh news from the laboratories that were also studying the Martian soil. There was no news. No one had yet been able to find evidence of life. Today, Albert Borisovich decided to work in a team. Andrei, Masha, and Yosya were clearly inspired. It was difficult to read traces of any emotions on Igor's face. The scientists worked all day, rejecting sample after sample, crossing out unsuccessful versions of experiments. By evening, they made another attempt. Andrei suggested adding water to the soil and placing amino acids and some types of animal fats there, as well as enriching the water with oxygen. The procedure did not give a result. Then, Albert Borisovich suggested heating the solution. "Igor, give me a temperature of 30 degrees, the professor commanded. Kuznetsov, observing through a microscope, shook his head. "Nothing."
"Raise it by another 5, Albert Borisovich continued excitedly. The solution was gradually heated, and a special sensor was lowered into the flask to monitor the biochemical composition. "Give me 40. Andrei was glued to the microscope. Yosya was watching the sensor readings on the monitor. Igor looked at Haimovich and Kuznetsov in turn, waiting for new orders. Masha was standing next to the professor, who was sitting on the edge of the table, scratching his chin. The two of them were looking at the monitor, where the image from the microscope was projected. Suddenly, Albert Borisovich was attracted by a small, dark spot. "Look here." He pointed his finger at the monitor. Andrei tore himself away from the eyepieces and squinted, peering at the place where the professor was pointing. Haimovich explained. "It doesn't look like dust. Zoom in." Now look, the dust particles have sharp edges, unevenness, and here it's a perfectly round shape.
And I didn't see this dot before heating. Perhaps it has increased in size. What is the temperature of the solution now? 45 degrees, Igor answered. "Bring it up to 60, asked the professor. "Andrei, increase the concentration of amino acids, and don't take the lens away from that spot." Half an hour passed. The spot showed no signs of life. Masha began to yawn, quietly covering her mouth with her palm. Suddenly, Yoshi's muttering was heard. I'm not entirely sure, but something is happening." He looked at the monitor with numbers. Over the last 25 minutes, the volume of amino acids has decreased by 7%, fats by 9%. Albert Borisovich shifted his gaze from one monitor to another. Andrei, who was resting on a chair, leaned over the microscope again and adjusted the focus on the spot that Kaimovich had noticed. "Is it just me, or has it gotten bigger?" Masha said uncertainly. "I didn't bring it closer," Andrei answered.
So, colleagues, Yosia did not let up. Amino acids and fats continue to disappear. This means he did not have time to finish. Kuznetsov interrupted him. "Someone is consuming them." Albert Borisovich nodded affirmatively. The spot on the monitor continued to grow slowly. "I think it's a cyst." The professor broke the silence. "And there's something alive in it. And now we've come close to the point where that something has begun to awaken and feed." Another quarter of an hour passed. The cyst gradually disintegrated. The test tube was in a special, hermetically sealed box, so there was no danger of contact with alien life. On the screen, which showed images from the microscope, small dots began to move chaotically, which could be clearly seen at maximum magnification. "Alive! They are alive! Alive! We found it! There is life on Mars!" Andrei, Yosia, and Masha did not hold back their emotions and jumped around the lab like first-year students. Igor was smiling from ear to ear. The professor was silent, and only the excited gleam in his eyes betrayed his delight. "Albert Borisovich, you are a genius!" Mashenka hugged her mentor around the neck. Kaimovich cleared his throat and, rubbing his hands, said,
Congratulations, gentlemen. We have found this needle in a haystack. Joseph, please record the ratio of fats, amino acids, and temperature at which the cyst split, as well as the time. This is definitely some kind of virus, Andrei muttered enthusiastically, waving his arms. At that moment, the professor received a link on his phone with a caption from Yoshi's father in Israel. "Watch this urgently." They opened a news site and saw a huge headline. "There is life on Mars." Clicked on the link and went to the video. The presenter was telling how American scientists had just an hour ago disseminated information that they had managed to find a virus in Martian soil samples.
The euphoria in the lab gave way to a dejected silence. They were too late. The Americans had found it earlier, and now they couldn't prove to anyone that they had been working with the samples for almost a week, while the 5 of them had only had 2 days. Masha was the first to break the pause. "We still need to report what we found too, and as quickly as possible." The professor nodded. "Contact the Public Relations Department from the Academy. Have them call me urgently. I will give them the information. We have 100% proof. If the news has just come out, then we will not look like we are lagging behind. In the meantime, let's take a closer look at our guest." The microscope displayed an image of the solution in which the virus cells were moving. It was unlike anything the scientists had seen before. Bright red, star-shaped particles moved slowly, as if waking up, but with each passing minute, feeding on amino acids, they came to life and became more active. "Yosia, you are responsible for their vital functions. Today, we will draw up a duty schedule. Andrei, I entrust this to you." "Okay, should I turn you on?" asked Kuznetsov, not very confidently. "Of course," the professor replied. "So, there are 5 of us. Let's divide that by 24 hours, which is 5 hours for each rounded up." Masha returned and quickly said, "The academy is on the line. Let's go to the meeting room." "Okay, let's go." 15 minutes later, the professor and the girl returned. Albert Borisovich looked pleased. "The academy thanked us for our work. The information has already been distributed. It seemed to me that they were not so much happy as amazed," Masha said, thoughtfully. "Maybe they even tried to hide their disappointment." Kaimovich grinned. "Disappointment?"
Andrei asked again, discouraged. Yes, the Academy does not strive to be the first to find something. Of course, officially they say that they want to be ahead of the rest of the world. But in reality, with each passing year, officials strive only to lag behind. For what? Masha didn't understand. To get more and more money, supposedly to catch up with the Americans or Chinese, but they will spend even less efficiently and ask for even more. It is very difficult to track this. So, it turns out we didn't need to find life? Joseph shrugged his shoulders in confusion. The professor looked thoughtfully at the monitor, as if he was thinking about something else. No, we did everything right. Meanwhile, Andrei drew up a duty schedule. The professor looked at the list. His shift was in 10 hours. So, first Yosya, then Igor. Good. Naturally, each shift counts as a working day. Those who work during the day sleep at night. Those who work at night sleep during the day. We write down and record everything. I'm on the phone at any time. Well, everyone, well done. Great job. Everyone will get a bonus, I promise. Igor nodded. Andrei started getting ready. Masha jumped out first, quickly saying goodbye to everyone. Albert Borisovich followed and went straight to the dacha, keeping all the information and the research algorithm in mind. Having arrived at the place, without changing clothes, he immediately went down to the basement and repeated the recent laboratory experiment. Everything went like clockwork. The stolen soil samples contained the same virus that had left the cyst when it entered a favorable environment. If this is a virus, we need to find out how it affects living organisms, how it can be dangerous for humans, and how it can be useful. Many questions popped into the professor's head. He sat down on a chair and felt thirsty. The man went up to the house, turned on the kettle and began to cut a lemon. The knife slipped and grazed his finger. Blood appeared. Damn it! Kaimovich cursed. Opened the cabinet, took out a bandage and bandaged the wound. But a second later he untied the bandage, took one of the test tubes and squeezed a few drops of blood from his finger into it. Then the scientist smeared the cut with antibacterial gel and sealed it with a plaster. Albert Borisovich took the test tube and quickly went back down to the lab, added a few drops of blood to the container with the virus and put it under the microscope. At first, nothing happened, but then the virus began to move much more actively and multiply quickly. It liked the blood. The professor made a note. It will probably take root in a person, but how will it manifest itself? Okay, we'll think about it tomorrow. I have no strength left today. Kaimovich went back up to the house, made the bed, lay down, and, as usual, began to mentally recall the events of the past day. The further, the more interesting, thought the scientist, looking at the ceiling. There was a noise outside the window. A drunken company was passing by his fence. Dodge started barking, the neighbors' dogs joined in, there was laughter, then the sound of glass breaking, apparently a bottle breaking. Swearing, cursing, a woman's scream, then more laughter. A minute later, everything was quiet. Well, here's someone who lives simply and without unnecessary problems. Drinks, walks, and doesn't look for viruses in the Martian dust. The professor even envied this company a little, but immediately threw the thoughts out of his head, turned over on his side, and fell asleep. Chapter 23. Date with Horrors. Mashenka was in a hurry to leave work and get home. The girl even called a taxi, which she almost never did before. The last few days had been very eventful for Snegureva, and the main reason for this was none other than Ivan Vorobyov. They had recently met by chance in a nightclub. Masha was celebrating her friend's birthday there, and he, the Russian hero of the Martian expedition, unexpectedly approached their company. The guy invited Masha to dance. It turned out that he had been watching her for half an hour.
Look, I understand. You've probably told me 100 times, but I'd really like to hear how you flew to Mars. And What was it like there, anyway? Ooh, it's a very long story, Ivan answered with a smile. They chatted almost until the morning, danced a lot. Masha had not had so much fun for a long time. Vorobyov walked the girl home. Stopping at the entrance, Ivan took Masha by the hand, which immediately caused a blush to appear on her cheeks. She did not know whether it was proper to invite him for tea, and the guy did not ask for it. Ivan modestly kissed her goodbye and asked for her phone number. And so, a few days later, the long-awaited call came. Ivan invited Masha to the cinema.
The girl replied that she would be happy to. And Vorobyov offered to pick her up in the evening. So today, Snegureva hurried to change her clothes and get herself in order as quickly as possible. When the guy called, Masha went down to the entrance. Ivan was waiting for her, sitting behind the wheel of a brand new Lada Tesla 2. It was one of the presidential gifts to the space hero. "What kind of movies do you like in general?" Ivan asked. "Oh, I like different things, both comedies and horrors." "What's on?" "I don't know. We're going blind. Whatever happens, that's what we'll go for. Do you agree?" "Agree." 20 minutes later, the couple stood in front of the cinema box office. The touchscreen showed the movie schedule, trailers, and allowed them to choose their own seats. 3 movies were on in the next hour: a children's cartoon, a zombie horror movie, and a family comedy. They couldn't decide whether to go to the horror movie or the comedy. They wanted to go to both.
Then Ivan took a coin out of his pocket. "You know, I was the first to touch the surface of Mars, but that was determined by fate." The girl looked at him silently, squinting curiously. The man continued, "Well, we just pulled toothpicks. Whoever had the shortest one went first, so I won." Masha smiled. "Whose is shorter, you say? Okay, go ahead and flip a coin. Heads is horror, tails is comedy, and whether it hangs in the air or lands on its edge, then a cartoon." Ivan tossed a coin, caught it in mid-air, and placed it on his palm. The double-headed eagle flashed. "Okay, let's go see the horrors," Masha said, and clapped her hands, her eyes sparkling with childish joy, as if she had permitted something forbidden. Vampires used to be in fashion. Now the Walking Dead, they're all in fashion. They recently advertised Night Shadows. That's exactly what it's about. Vampires, the girl said. "Well, we're going to Judgment Day." Vorobyov took the tickets that the machine gave out. "The title is promising, huh? And the trailer is nothing special. The effects are cool." The trailer always contains the most spectacular things, which means there won't be anything more interesting in the film. The guys took soda, popcorn, and took their seats. For 2 hours, the audience in the cinema hall worried about a small group of people who miraculously did not get infected with an unknown virus that turned the population of the entire planet into bloodthirsty zombies. The couple left the hall, smiling and discussing the film. "Yes, after a movie like this, I believe in vampires more than in zombies," said Ivan. "Oh, come on, I think it's funny," Masha answered, sighing romantically. When they went outside, it was raining heavily. A bright thread of lightning lit up the sky and thunder rumbled. The first thunderstorm of the year was approaching.